members was your cousin Brian Diller, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about Brian?
Brian was the middle child, so he got into a lot of stuff, but he was funny. He was a helper. Anything you needed, he would do for you, you know.
Did he grow up in Houston?
No,
Okay.
he's from Dallas.
Growing up, who did you live with?
My grandmother, off and on. My grandmother.
His mom had some trouble, and so I think his grandmother, as you told me, was really his primary caretaker growing up.
Yeah.
And until his passing, he still lived at that house that he was raised in.
Yes.
You ever met first witness?
You may.
How old was Brian before his life was taken? Put you on the spot. I know
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to show you a picture you gave me. Okay, here's Exhibit 1. Who is this? Okay. Anything special about this photo that made you get this to the DA's office, or tell me about what about this allowed you to remember him?
That's just my dad gave that picture. I think that was my last picture he took.
This is the last picture he had taken. Read off for say Exhibit 1 for all purposes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
I'm going to move this mic a little bit closer to you, okay? Out of the family members that are here locally, are you the oldest?
Second oldest.
Okay. Being the second oldest, does that give you some responsibilities sometimes that you may not want to do, but as being one of the older family members here, you take it upon yourself to look out for the rest of your family?
Yes.
Okay. And sometime in early November, did you have concern of Brian's whereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when you hadn't heard from Brian?
I texted him
Okay.
and asked him to call me.
Do you still remember? Do you remember his number on the top of your head? That's okay. You know, versus witness again. I'm sorry. Showing you what the mark is Exhibit 2. Does this text message look familiar?
Yes.
Is that the message? Is that your last message actually? Is it to Brian?
Yeah.
You never heard anything back from him, did you?
No.
You want to read off for say Exhibit 2 for all purposes?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
And Ms. Devermore, so on November 4th at 6:45, right, let's look in here, November 4th, you hadn't heard from Brian, so what did you do? Did you call and make a missing persons report?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you receive from information that something had happened to him?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about that?
I got a phone call saying that they hadn't seen him.
Okay. And I'll get right to it. You found out he had been killed, did you not, soon after that?
I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, approach judge. Ma'am, direction to freely approach, you want me to ask every time?
Well, ask every time.
Okay.
So the witness doesn't, get nervous or stuff.
You've seen this photo here, marked as Exhibit 3, and I know it's not, but just for 1 second, I need you to look at it, okay?
objection is that it's not properly authenticated, Your Honor. I don't know if this had been altered, deleted, if this is the image she was aware of.
And if I may
Is there a
respond,
problem with this, to tender that?
I'm offering it for record purposes. She's just merely identified the identity of the person in the photograph. The further predicate will be laid by the medical examiner.
All right,
If
she has
it's-
an objection.
If it's for record purposes, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Case exhibit number 3 is admitted for record purposes only.
Just we'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Davenport. My name is Angie Duke, and I represent Derek Jackson, and I am so sorry for your loss. Have you ever met Mr. Jackson?
Nope.
Known anything about him besides what you probably learned about his case?
Never met him.
Okay. Thank you. Pass this witness, Your Honor.
Any other questions for this witness?
Good judge.
May this witness be released?
No objection.
No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You clearly.
And judge, just to make sure, she's been released, so it's okay if she stays in the courtroom?
She's under the law. I prefer that she sit outside.
Okay. May I approach, or may we approach?
Okay, approach. All right, Ms. Davenport will be allowed to remain in the courtroom. But Ms. Davenport, you are not to discuss anybody else's testimony or discuss this case with any of the witnesses. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Dwyer.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, state your first and last name?
Good morning, my name is Jessica Dwyer. D as in dog, W-Y-E-R.
And Dr. Dwyer, how are you employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner and Director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, which houses the Medical Examiner's Office for Dallas County.
And what exactly does a medical examiner do?
So a medical examiner is the same thing as a forensic pathologist. Our job is to determine the cause and manner of death for deaths that fall in our jurisdiction, and we do that by performing postmortem examinations, also known as autopsies.
And what kind of education and training that qualifies you to perform autopsies?
So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science from Texas A&M University, which is in College Station, Texas. Following that, I completed or obtained a medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center of San Antonio, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Following that, I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, which is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And following that, I did a year of training in forensic pathology. It's called a fellowship, and that was with the Office of the Medical Examiner of Allegheny County, which is also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay, and how many autopsies do you think you performed?
It's been a while since I counted, but I think at this point it's probably about 3,000.
And I say autopsies, can you just, in basic terms, just explain to the jury what an autopsy is?
Sure. As a physician, we're taught to make a diagnosis based on a history and physical exam. So when you go to the physician will ask you a lot of questions about your medical history, if you've had surgeries before, if you have any diagnoses, et cetera, what are your symptoms. Those are all the history part of the examination. And then the physical is when they listen to your lungs, they listen to your heart, poke and prod here and there. My job is no different. It's just that an autopsy is the most intrusive of physical exams because it involves both an external examination of the body and an internal examination of the organs and the brain in order to determine why the individual died.
And so the terms, phrases, the cause of death and manner of death, can you explain exactly what those are?
Sure. So the cause of death is essentially why did the person die? What is the injury? What is the physical derangement that occurred that resulted in them dying? So it's more wordy, it's got more free text, but manner of death tells you how the death came about, and there's only 5 options. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
And you mentioned the external examination and the internal examination. The process, I guess, when you receive a body and are to begin an autopsy, can you just describe that full process to the jury?
Sure. So the death will be reported to our office, and we have several criteria that the individual would have to meet in order for it to be brought in for an examination. The body is actually transported to our office and brought to the morgue. When we are about to start the actual autopsy process, the medical examiner works together with an autopsy technician. The autopsy technician will actually take the body from the cooler. They will weigh and measure the length of the body. They will perform a postmortem radiography or an x-ray in certain instances. Following that, then the body is brought to the table. We will open the bag. All of the bags are sealed. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. The bags are sealed once the body is brought to the office. The bag is open. We will document the condition of the body with photographs before we do anything. So we call these as-is photographs. And then once we've done that, the autopsy tech will actually remove any clothing or medical intervention. They will clean the body, and then the medical examiner will start the external examination. And I truly start on one side of the body, work my way up to the head, and then go down the other side of the body. And what we're documenting is any evidence of natural disease, any trauma, any potentially identifying features like your hair color, your eye color, if you have tattoos, scars, etc. Once the external examination while it's being performed, in certain instances we may collect trace evidence, hair, nails, gunshot residue testing, etc. Once the external examination is done, then the internal examination will begin. The autopsy tech will actually perform the evisceration. You may have seen on crime shows, a lot of times they'll show you there's a Y-shaped incision that we make across the chest and the abdomen, and we'll actually remove all the internal organs. The pathologist will examine them, dissect, again, noting any evidence of natural disease or trauma. And then lastly, we will actually remove the brain. We just make an incision across the scalp and remove the top of the skull. The pathologist will examine the brain. All of the organs will be returned to the body. The body is sewn up and closed. The bag is resealed, and that's the end of the autopsy.
And through that process, do you take photographs to document your visual findings?
Yes, sir.
And as well as, prepare a report to document your observations and also your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the first as-is photograph and the steps you take. How do you keep track of, each case that you receive?
So every decedent that is reported to our office and brought in will be given a unique identifying number for our institution, and that number will correspond to any evidence that also pertains to that decedent in all labs, all departments across our institution.
And that process that you just explained to the jury, I'm going to ask you to refer to an IFS number of 22-21860 for a Brian Dillard. Do you recall whether you performed an autopsy, the same process on that individual back in November 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as we explained, photographed your findings and your process, as well as prepared a report of your conclusions.
Yes, sir.
You're going to be a first witness?
I'm going to show you exhibit 3 through 9.
3 through 9 are photographs that I took at the time of the autopsy, and Exhibit 10 is a copy of the autopsy report in addition to a body diagram that I created following the autopsy.
At this time, we'd offer say Exhibit 3 through 9 for all purposes, and say Exhibit 10 for all purposes.
No, Judge McGinn.
All right, state's exhibits 3 through 10 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Dr. Dwyer, looking here at say Exhibit 3, can you explain to the jury what this photograph shows?
This is a standard photograph we take on all of our postmortem examinations. We call it an identification photo. It is a picture of just the decedent's face, and you'll see that unique identifying number I described previously is underneath the face. So any evidence pertaining to the decedent, including the body, will have that number labeled on it.
And say Exhibit 4?
So this is a photograph, it's an as-is photograph, as I described previously. This is the as-is photograph of the upper half of the decedent's body.
And I'm going to point out the hands are bagged. What's the purpose of that?
Yes, sir. Whenever there is involvement of a firearm, potentially in an individual's death, we will actually bag the hands at the scene or at the hospital, and it's to preserve trace evidence, potentially on the hands, especially firearm residue. And we use paper because if you put plastic on somebody's hands and then it's a warm body, then you put it in the cooler, they automatically form condensation and you've lost all your trace evidence. So we specifically use paper bags for that reason.
And do you recall whether gunshot residue was swabbed or testing for potential gunshot residue was taken from Mr. Diller's hands?
We did collect their stubs, so we did collect that at the time of the autopsy, yes.
And say Exhibit 5, is this the bottom half of the as-is photograph that you explained to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Looking now at State Exhibit 6, can you explain to the jury the significance of this photograph?
So this is a photograph of the decedent's left side of the head, and right there at the lateral aspect of his eyebrow, you'll see it's a circular defect. It's a gunshot wound, specifically an entrance gunshot wound.
And how are you able to tell the difference between an entrance and an exit wound?
So there's lots of characteristics that you look for. Entrance wounds, to just keep it very basic, are typically very circular, like a punched out cookie cutter defect. They typically have this very small rim of, margin of abrasion, and as opposed to that, exit wounds tend to be a little more irregular. I always kind of state, with an entrance wound, if you took a needle and thread and you tried to close the wound, you wouldn't be able to reapproximate the margins perfectly because it's such a circular defect. Whereas an exit wound tends to be more irregular and has margins that perfectly approximate if you were to imagine sewing them up with a needle and thread. There's other things, but I mean, there's a whole book about gunshot wounds.
Looking at say Exhibit 7, what do we see here?
So this is a higher magnification photograph of the same wound that's on the left side of his face or on the left eyebrow. This is the entrance wound.
And you determined this to be a gunshot wound?
Yes, sir.
And looking now at City Exhibit 8. Can you explain the significance of this photograph to the jury?
So we've moved to the right side of his head, just behind his right ear is a gunshot wound of exit, and it's much more irregular, almost stellate, and you can imagine if you had a needle and thread, you could reapproximate the margins much more neatly than with the entrance wound. So again, this is the exit wound.
I think looking at City Exhibit number 9 might support that even more. I guess the description of the irregularities that
Yes.
you're talking about. We see that here in City Exhibit 9.
Yes, this is a higher magnification photograph of the same wound, that exit wound.
A gunshot to that location of the head from the left left side and exiting through the right. What type of damage would that do to an individual?
Well, this particular bullet essentially went through multiple regions of his brain on both sides of the brain, which is an organ vital for life.
It's an obvious question, so the result of that would be what to someone?
Instant loss of consciousness, and then when the brain has that kind of injury, it starts to bleed, and sometimes it will swell, and so there's lots of complications downstream. Even if this were to happen on the steps of a hospital and he's immediately put on a ventilator, it's still rapidly lethal.
And so exhibit number 10, your observations and descriptions of your process, are those captured here in this report?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to zoom in here briefly. We see the IFS number that you refer to, as well as the name Brian Dillard. Were there any findings in regards to Mr. Dillard that might have played a role other than the gunshot wound in his death?
No, sir.
If I just turn to page 3 of your report, the evidence of injury. I'm not going to ask you to read it, but you might have already just kind of explained it very briefly. But the evidence of injury to Mr. Dillard from that gunshot wound to the head, can you just describe your observations?
Yes. So I described it as a perforating gunshot wound in the head, meaning that there's an entrance and an exit, as opposed to a penetrating gunshot wound, which would be an entrance and then we recovered a bullet. That's not the case here. So this is a perforating gunshot wound in the head. The entrance is on the lateral aspect of the left eyebrow, and there's no evidence of close range firing, i.e. soot or gunpowder stippling, so we would call that indeterminate range. The bullet perforates the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and muscle of the left side of the forehead. It fractures the left side of the frontal bone. It perforates the cerebral dura, multiple areas of the brain, including the left frontal lobe, the left temporal lobe. That includes the left basal ganglia. That's kind of getting into weeds. The right side of the brainstem. It fractures the right side of the base of the skull. It actually it perforates another area of the brain called the right cerebellar hemisphere, or the cerebellum. And then it fractures the right side of the occipital bone to exit just behind the right ear. So the path of the bullet, based on where the entrance and the exit and then the body in the standard anatomic position, we would describe that as rightward, downward, and backward. And then you have several injuries that are secondary to that primary gunshot wound going through the head. And I can go through those as well if you want. Or
It's okay, thank you. There's one notation. You made a notation in regards to soot or gunpowder stippling. No soot or gunpowder stippling is present on the skin surrounding the wound. What does that mean?
so depending how far away an individual or a target is from the gun when it's fired, the muzzle of the gun when it's fired, you may have features to indicate how far away the individual is. I.e. sometimes you can have soot that's actually, when a gun is fired, not only is a bullet ejected, you also have a cloud of soot, gunpowder particles, etc. And some of those could deposit on the individual depending on how far away they are. In this instance, there's neither soot or gunpowder stippling, so again, it's either a distant or indeterminate range.
You testified to it, but that your conclusion on the findings for the cause of death, based on the, I guess, can you read your conclusions to the jury? I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna pull up that screen.
Okay.
So based on the case history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that Brian D. McDillard, a 39-year-old black male, died as a result of a perforating gunshot wound of the head, and manner of death is homicide.
And is it your opinion that that gunshot wound was caused by a firearm, which is also a deadly weapon?
Yes.
You're going to be past the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor. I'm Angie Duca, and I represent Mr. Zeri Jackson. So just to go through your your participation in this case, all you did was the autopsy and the examination and render an opinion as to the manner and cause of death, is that
Yes,
right?
that's all I did.
And so regarding who did it, you don't have any idea about that, is that
No.
right?
No.
And then after doing what you normally do for your living, you rendered a report, which is what you just went through, is that right?
Correct.
But I have a question regarding your testimony. You said in your report that no soot or gunpowder stapling was present, and you said it meant that either the shooter was not close to this individual or indeterminate distance, is that right?
Yes, correct.
What is, when you say close range, what are you kind of thinking? What's the basis when a medical examiner says, either shooting was within close range or it wasn't?
So it's actually documented in the medical literature. There are certain characteristics that you look for with the gunshot wound itself and the presence of soot or gunpowder stippling, and you can make determinations as to whether it's a contact wound, i.e. the gun is in contact with the body when it's fired. It can be near contact where it's less than an inch away, the muzzle is less than an inch away from the body. It can be then less than a foot where the gun is less than a foot away from the individual, or you can even go so far as up to 3 feet, so the gun is within 3 feet of the individual.
Okay, is that when you say it was within close range?
So there is no evidence of close range firing on this individual. If there were, then we would be talking about anywhere from close to 3 feet.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Any other questions for this witness?
No, Judge.
May this witness be released?
No objection.
No objections from the defense. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, doctor. State court, next witness.
State calls Officer Trio.
Good morning. Good morning. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. State, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Trio, will you please, and I may have said your name wrong, introduce yourself to the jury?
Officer Trio, Dallas Police Department, 22 years today, North Central Patrol.
Would you state and spell your name?
Last name Trigo is Trigo, first name Ronald.
Thank you.
And 22 years, is that what you said?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. You're 22 years with Dallas Police Department, and what roles have you had?
Patrol.
Patrol for 22 years.
Street patrol.
Okay. Tell the jury a little about what your duties and responsibilities are as a patrol officer.
Patrol is 911, you call, and we're supposed to get there at the time of whatever it is you're calling about music, disturbances, things of that sort.
If someone calls for help, you're
Yes, sir.
some of the officers who show up.
Yes.
What types of calls do you respond to?
Disturbances, from family disturbance, could be reckless driving, somebody saw it, anything somebody witnesses. My neighbor's hitting his dog, so the neighbor won't turn down the music. Cutting, shooting,
Does the type of call change the response from the Dallas Police Department and yourself as well?
yes, we have what's called a priority system. Priority ones are gonna be lights and sirens. Priority two, pretty much like the disturbance, husband, wife fighting, or boyfriend, girlfriend fighting, something in a parking lot, no weapons involved, get there as soon as you can.
Do you recall responding to a call on November 3rd, about 4 o'clock a.m. At the Azul Apartments in Dallas County?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to that, Your Honor. The question doesn't ask for any years, so I'm not sure if the state will re-ask the question.
Did you respond to a call for service on November 3rd, 2022 at the Azul Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nature of that call?
That was
receive information over, over the radio that does pass along some information so you know how to respond when you do arrive at that scene?
Yes, they, if she's calling it out on the radio, it's also appearing on our little computer screen.
Okay. And that affects and changes your response, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so what information did you receive or learn which then would have changed or I guess instructed your response to that crime scene?
911, when they put the call out, it's not really much what they say. They'll hit what's called a tone. You hear it like a loud beep, beep, and then she starts to announce what's happening at the moment. Male shot, female shot, whether it's ongoing or, you know, suspect is still there or not there. And as she's giving out the information, you know, we're trying to figure out where it's, you know, where we're going at in the complex or building.
Do you recall approximately, I said around 4, but approximately what time the 911 call was made?
No, probably not a month.
May I approach this witness?
You may.
Marking exhibit 200 for record purposes, but do you recognize this incident detail report?
Yes.
Okay, can you review this and see if reviewing this would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So after reviewing, and Walker State Exhibit 200 for record purposes.
Any objections?
If it's for record purposes, no objections, Your Honor.
Six, exhibit 200 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Judge. And officer, after refreshing your recollection there, what time was that 911 call made?
407.
4:07 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you respond to this type of call, what's the process for when you arrive?
If she still has a complainant online or he still has a complainant on the line, we're trying to get as much information as possible. Is he still on scene? Did he leave the scene? What was he wearing in case we passed him on the way out? Did he come in a car? Are any weapons in the apartment or the house, wherever we're going to? Where is the complainant? Sometimes they call, they hang up, they call, they hang up. Complainant is still on scene. And I believe they said suspect.
Objection to PSA, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And we're not gonna go into what anyone says at this point, okay? When you arrived at that crime scene, was it an ongoing emergency for yourself and the other officers?
Yes.
You don't know whether there's a suspect still there, or really what's going on, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so when you arrive at a scene like this, the response from yourself and the other officers was what?
Locate where the offense took place at and where the complainant was at.
And once you reached that apartment, what did y'all do?
We located the apartment on the 3rd floor. In the doorway was a male that was bleeding. We were going to clear the apartment and make sure if there was anybody else either injured or if the suspect was still in the apartment.
Okay. So clearing or securing the scene, what does that entail?
Searching the room, looking to see if there's another body in the bedroom, in a closet, anybody hiding anywhere. And once we make sure that it's safe for DFR to respond, to come in and help, we'll flag them on in.
So you respond, you make sure the scene's safe, and you let DFR try to help the injured victim?
Yes.
Okay. At the same time, does crime scene respond to that scene?
Yes, there will be a call for crime scene to come out.
Okay. But you're inside the apartment as well as you're able to make observations and point some things out to the fellow officers or the crime scene response team, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Do you wear a body camera?
Yes,
Were you wearing one the night of November 3rd?
yes.
You're my first witness?
You may.
I should have asked this question, but responding to that apartment, do you remember, was it apartment 335? Does that sound right? Okay.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. I mean, objection to leading, Judge.
What were those?
When you arrived, did you see anyone who was involved or her present from that apartment number?
Female was outside.
Were you able to determine if she was the one who had placed that 911 call at 407?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 12 through 20. Review these and make sure you're familiar with those.
Yes.
Just review to silently, and then we'll go through. And these photographs and or pictures capturing your observations from that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you also were wearing a body camera. We've reviewed the body camera footage, is that right?
Yes.
And I'm showing you say exhibit 21. Is that what's captured on this exhibit? Yeah, at this time, we would offer, say, exhibit 12 through 21 for all purposes.
Would you describe 1220 again? For the record?
12 through 20?
Yes, 12 through 20.
Yeah.
I mean, you've already established that, I just want to make sure. that
Yes,
everybody
Judge.
understands.
City Exhibit 12 is a Google map of the Azul Apartments. City Exhibit 13 is a photograph of the outside of the apartment complex, which does show apartment 335. City Exhibit 14 is the front door entry of 335. City Exhibit 15 is the photograph of the victim laying in the doorway. City Exhibit 16, 17, 18 are still shots from the body camera of the officers clearing the scene. City Exhibit 19 is a photograph of the balcony looking inside through an open window. And City Exhibit 20 is a picture of a woman, we have not identified her name yet.
Thank you. And 21 is your body cam?
And 21 is the body camera, yes, Judge.
Thank you. Does the defense have any objections?
Can I take this witness over there, Judge?
You may.
Officer Trigo, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Angie Duca, and I do represent Mr. Jackson. Okay, so these photographs that the state has shown you, did you actually take these photos? You didn't take those photos?
No, ma'am.
Are you representing to the court that these photos have not in any way been deleted or amended in any way?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
So you're telling the jury actually that you're certain that these photos have not been altered, amended, or deleted in any way? Can you say that?
Can I say if they have been tampered with?
If they've been altered, deleted, or amended in any way?
No.
Okay. And you're saying that these images represent or reflect the images that you witnessed that morning, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Objections, Your Honor. And, oh, one more question. The 6 exhibit number 21, did you have the opportunity to review this video before taking the stand today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that in preparation with the prosecutor's office, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objections, Judge?
All right, state's exhibits 12 through 20 and 21 are admitted for all purposes.
Looking at City Exhibit 12, is this the apartment complex you responded to?
Daytime, yes.
And just describe, what part of Dallas is this located at?
This is Channel 2 Northeast Dallas.
Okay, northeast. Do you remember any cross streets that might be relatable?
Close to that would be Aldelia. I think the next one before it is Royal.
Close.
Light up ahead of it would be 635.
And is this apartment complex in Dallas County, state of Texas?
Yes.
recall where you entered into this apartment complex?
It's off of Aldelia, the gate, I believe, yes, because you can see the fire station across the street from it.
So close to these numbers, 10924, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That shows the exhibit 13. Looking up here where this light's turned on, is that the officers who responded out to apartment 335?
Yes.
And looking at say exhibit 14, arriving at the scene, is this where the body was located?
Yes.
And it's not a great. We see that the door is open and Mr. Dillard is laying with a gunshot wound and there's blood surrounding him.
Yes, sir.
And you told us about how you secure the scene and what that entails. I want to show you to exhibit 16. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
I mean, are y'all holding anything in your hands at this point?
Yeah.
Arriving to that scene, did you see any signs of forced entry?
From the front door, no, I could not. From that, no.
Anywhere else were there signs of forced entry from that night?
I believe a window, I think it's right by the patio.
Okay. So you stay exhibit 17. If you look over here, you're saying that this window, from your recollection, was open?
Yes.
Looking again now at exhibit 18, is that what we see here to the left?
Yes.
And from an outside view, from say exhibit 19, so we have this balcony and this window was open when you arrived.
Yes.
Do you remember speaking with Brenda, say exhibit 20?
I did not talk to her, but I did see her on scene. She was talking to another officer at the time.
Did she cooperate with questions and follow-up searches of the apartment? Do you recall?
Yes, I believe I heard her when she was talking to a sergeant at the time.
Sergeant Alvarado?
Yes.
After you clear the scene, who's next up inside the crime scene?
Once the scene is clear, there's nobody else in there safe for DFR to come in. We let DFR take over and pretty much stay back and pretty much keep everybody else out until homicide or assault arrives.
Is your role at that point done in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, but the information you observed, such as no forced entry and any other observations would have been passed along to either one of the detectives assigned to the case?
Correct.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Trigo,
Yes, ma'am.
you testified that you didn't really see any signs of forced entry for that night, is that right?
I saw the window open, but I cannot testify if it was
Okay,
actually.
but you don't know, you're not able to testify categorically to this jury that that window was open that night or had been open prior to?
That's correct.
And from your investigation, were you aware if there were other people that had a key to that apartment besides the lady in State's Exhibit number 20?
No, ma'am. I didn't have anything but to say.
Okay, you didn't get the opportunity to speak to her, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you wouldn't know that? Okay. And you're saying that that was to the extent of your participation in the investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you write a report?
We do a statement for homicide or whatever, the unit shows up, arrived on scene, and it's what we were observed at the time.
Okay, now, I think I heard you testify that the lady in State Exhibit number 20, you observed her speaking with your sergeant. What's the sergeant's name again?
Next question.
Okay. Do you know if she spoke to more than one person?
No, ma'am. I do not know if she did or didn't. I don't know if even the detectives talked to her on scene or not.
Okay. I believe you mentioned the name when the government was asking you.
Alvarado.
Alvarado?
Alvarado.
Okay, all right, thank you. I mean, one more question. Would Alvarado be male or female?
Female.
Okay, thank you. No questions, no further questions, Judge.
All right, any other questions? Leslie?
Yes, Judge, briefly. Permission to publish to Exhibit 21.
You may.
And Officer Trio, the timestamp upon your arrival, what time is that?
Sure.
Is it 4:14 up there in the top right? About 7 minutes to get there from the time of the call.
Sometime goes, but also, I believe this system also, when you activate your lights and sirens, so if you called at 4 o'clock and we're coming to you with lights and sirens, as soon as I activate the lights, this starts recording. So it could be like, as soon as the 911 came on, I'm already rolling to the scene with that.
May we approach, Judge?
on the record. Let the record reflect that all parties are present, the jurors are present and seated. Go ahead, Mr. Betty Office.
Motion to exhibit 21.
I'm not with my friend. Yeah, we were just hanging out. He's dead. Hang out here for me, okay? He's dead. He's laying right down the floor. Nobody else there?
Yeah, headshot.
You need to clear the apartment.
Yeah.
All right, somebody watch her. We gotta clear the apartment too. Watch her? Yeah. You want to leave the door in? I'll also do 40. I got one down at the front door. We're gonna clear the apartment. All right. Now, police! Police! Be careful, sir. Don't touch anything, guys.
Closet.
Don't hit them.
Clear. I can't see this.
There's a close enough left side.
Closet is clear. Good. There's a knife. She heard it. She was in the shower, so obviously he was in the apartment. There's a gunshot thing or a casing right there.
Yeah.
So it happened inside.
And I don't know if she opened the door or if someone else opened the door, so we don't know. Yeah. Okay, we got one in here too. Okay, so start knocking on some of these doors. See if anybody heard anything. What you mean?
It could be all windows. So if that's in there. Huh? There's what? Unless there's a footprint somewhere. Can you see up there?
she would have done that and just went straight up. She threw it up. So if it's not on him, it's under him. There's not a light there. Just that.
Pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Trigo, just to be clear, the apartment you went to was an apartment on the third floor of a building, is that right?
Yes.
So you had to climb up 3 flights?
Yes.
And were there other apartments around that apartment?
Yes.
And I believe the apartment from the video showed apartment 335, right? So on both sides of the apartment, 335, there were other apartments?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Were you able to get somebody to identify anyone who may have heard anything from those other apartments?
That would be the Sergeant Alvarado, what you heard her say.
Okay, objection to what she said, objection to TSA. I'm asking about you.
No, I do not.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further questions, Judge?
Any other questions for this witness?
Nothing further, Judge?
May this witness be released?
Subject to recall, Your Honor. Thank you.
Officer, please stay in touch with the prosecutor in case the defense needs to recall you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the witness.
State calls Taylor Herndon.
Good morning. You don't correct me if I'm wrong. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Statement proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Taylor. You doing okay? Okay. Can you please state your first and last name and spell both for the court?
Taylor Herndon, TaylorHerndon.
And Taylor, do you live in Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. At some point back in 2022, were you working at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically back in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the location of that Walmart? While working there, did you meet someone, you learned his name was Zara Jackson?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by article of clothing, please?
White shirt, gray tie.
Remember, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And Taylor, how long have you been working at Walmart back around November 2022?
Maybe years.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her response.
And just, if you don't mind, pulling that microphone a little bit closer to
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe around a year.
Okay. And what exactly did you do?
I was an overnight stalker.
Is that the same position that Zarek held?
I believe so.
Okay. And so your shift
Now,
hours,
I need you to speak louder, so these ladies and gentlemen over there can hear you, and so the council can hear you as well, okay?
what was a typical night, I guess from clocking in to clocking out, working the overnight shift?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, good.
yes, thank you.
You just go in, clock in, you get your pallets from the back room, you bring them to your aisle, and then all night you just put everything on the shelf.
And so if the clock in for the overnight shift is 9 o'clock, I guess, can you describe, okay, well, break time might be, at midnight, and then lunch might be at 2,
Yeah, it's, if you go in at 9, you get off at 6, so it's every 2 hours you get a break. So you get a 15 first, then an hour for lunch, and then a 15 before you leave.
and you worked the 9 to 6 shift?
I did for a month or so. My actual shift was 10 to 7, but if you go in at 9, you can get off early and have
And
kids.
some flexibility.
Yeah,
Do you recall what shift Zarek worked?
I think he worked 9. At 9, he was usually there before me.
Okay. And describe the relationship you and Zarek had while working at Walmart.
We were friends at first, and then it started to become a sexual relationship.
How long, I guess up till November 3rd of 2022, how long had you known him?
Maybe 6 months, couple months.
And if break time's at midnight, lunchtime would be around maybe 2 o'clock?
I'm gonna object to leading nature of these questions. Judge, government is leading the witness.
Abstain.
Would you take lunch and spend some time with Zarek?
In the parking lot, yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
We usually parked on the same side, so we smoke the same cigarettes, so sometimes I sit in his car, sit in my car, and we just spend the break together.
During this time when you would spend with Zarek, y'all would communicate outside of work as well?
Yes.
Did you learn about any other women that were in his life?
The only one I was aware of was a woman named Brenda. He told me that he wasn't talking to anybody else, so she's the only one I know.
Did you learn that? Do you have a differing opinion of that now?
Yeah, from detectives and everything.
On the night of November 2nd, 2022, did you and Zarek have a conversation during the lunch break?
Yes.
Okay. And really actually prior to that,
Yes.
was there an issue between Zarek and Brenda that you were aware of?
Yes. They were arguing and she was mad, I guess, about something that happened between
Objection,
them.
I'm gonna object to any hearsay responses, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did Zarek speak to you directly in regards to an issue that he had with Brenda?
Yes.
What did Zarek say?
That she wouldn't leave him alone, she was stalking him basically, things like that.
Did you personally know whether any of that was true?
No,
Did you have any idea whether Zarek was communicating with her, how many times, what he was texting her?
no.
Okay. His mood, I guess that early evening or, 8 or 9 o'clock that night, how would you describe it?
Early evening, fine.
At some point, did it become different?
After he returned, from the lunch break, he seemed really nervous.
Your lunch break that night, do you remember what time it was at?
Around 2, I believe.
Okay. That night, did you talk with Zarek in the parking lot like you told us?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on with that conversation?
He was already on the phone with Brenda. So when I initially went out, I went to get in his truck and smoke a cigarette like we usually do, but she was either on the phone or on his truck, so I got out. And I went to my car, and a couple minutes later, while having her on speaker, he got out of the truck, walked next to my car, and he was just pacing back and forth while he was on the phone with her.
to you, observing him pacing back and forth while on the phone, what were you feeling?
Annoyed because he kept trying to include me in it, but then also like, I didn't really care. It's not my business.
But he had told you he was frustrated and that she was stalking him, yet he seemed to be on the phone with her?
Mm-hmm.
Did that seem odd to you?
Yes.
And so as that lunch break continued, tell us more.
It got to a point where he muted the call and he said, they're about to leave. So once they leave her house, I'm gonna go to her house, I'm gonna pick up the rest of my stuff, and I think I might get his gun. So I was just like, do what you wanna do. And then he got back in the car, he was talking, and he hopped out, came over, and he was like, I'm going now. Got in the car and he drove off.
And you say he, who are you referring to when you're telling us this story of who he is?
There.
Okay. So Zarek made a statement to you that he was going to get his stuff and also get a gun?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know whose gun he was telling you he was gonna go get?
The guy that Brenda was with, he said that,
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
I think she's talking about the defendant's statement.
No,
Is that right?
No, she's about to say she said.
he said,
Okay.
And Ms. Hearn, I mean, we can't get into anything, the statements at this point that we're gonna get into are only what Zarek said directly to you, okay?
okay.
All right, thank you. And so you're answering, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, he said that he knew he had a gun, so he was gonna go pick up the rest of his things and try to get the gun.
Did he, you said he then had told you, I'm going now?
Mhm.
Okay.
You have to say yes or no.
Sorry.
Did he leave the parking lot?
Yes,
Okay, what kind of car did he drive?
he drove a black truck,
What were you doing when he left?
still sitting in my car,
How long is lunch break usually?
an hour.
An hour? So if lunch is at 2, you're supposed to be back at 3?
Yes,
Does Eric make it back at 3?
no.
Do you remember what time you got back?
It's closer to 5, maybe closer to 6 years. I was, all about to leave the end of my shift when he came back.
Was that odd to you, that it took him so long to get back to work from his lunch break?
It was odd, but I didn't really know how far she lived, so.
So Zarek said, I'm going to get the gun. When he comes back to work, you said closer to 5 o'clock?
Yeah, the end of my
Okay.
shift.
What kind of observations did you make?
I noticed he didn't have his jacket on. He had a jacket on when he left. He didn't have it on. It was weird because he was in the freezer that night. So, there was a point when he returned, he texted me, asked me where I was, told him I was here. He said, come here to the back with him. So I went to the freezer to find him, and that's where I realized, you know, I had a jacket. It was kind of odd.
Did he make any statements to you about what had happened?
Yes, he asked me what time I was leaving. I told him about 6, and he said, "Can you check and see if there are any cops out there?"
Was that concerning to you?
I also thought it was because
And maybe approach your honor.
Yeah.
So when you left, you looked out to see if there were any police?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you communicate in some way back to him?
Yeah, I told him nobody was out here.
Okay, do you remember if it was a phone call or a text?
It was a text, I think I said you're good.
Do you recall also telling him something about how he was acting or appearing?
I told him he looked nervous.
Did he leave after you told him that he was good?
Yes, he told me to wait for him, so I sat in the car, got in his truck, and he drove off. And he met in my apartment.
And back in November 2022, you lived where?
I lived Pleasant Apartments, 1225.
And when you would meet up with Zarek at your apartments, did you go inside the apartment or meet up in a parking lot?
The parking lot.
Okay, just, I think, by the tennis courts?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you met Zarek at that parking lot?
He was there before I was, so I drove and I parked him in a normal spot. I got in his truck, and he was wiping his truck down. And I asked him, was he okay? What's going on? And he was like, yeah, that he was nervous that he took his gun, and then he tossed it, and that he couldn't stay. He's like, I can't stay here, I'm too nervous. So I got out and he drove off.
Okay, so do you remember how long over there at the apartment complex y'all had met up for?
Maybe 10, less than 20 minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes. Maybe not even that long.
Okay. So you mentioned the clothing, he was nervous, he left early, and now you're observing him wiping his truck?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember what part of the truck?
The steering wheel, the dashboard, and when you go to the passenger side at the top.
Is that something that you normally see him do?
I've never seen him clean his truck like that.
Do you remember what exactly he was cleaning it with?
I want to say sanitizing wipes because he's pulling them out.
And are they similar to,
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
you told me before when we had spoke, what type of wipes does Walmart have?
They have like hand sanitizing wipes that you wipe the cart with.
And the wipes that you observed, were those similar to what you observed at Walmart?
Yes.
And in regards to a gun, the initial statement from Zarek was he was gonna go get a gun?
He was gonna go get the guy's gun that Brenda was with, yes.
Okay. And then 2 to 3 hours later, he comes back and actually says what to you about that gun?
That he didn't know it was in his name, so he tossed it.
So he, in your mind, admitted to taking a man's gun,
Yes.
a man that he believes.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Rephrase your question.
Oh, withdraw, Judge. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you state exhibit 23 through 28 first. 23, do you recognize the areas of this map? I'll draw your attention here.
Yes.
Okay, and then over here, I'll find it.
And the cart for you.
In the state exhibit 23, is this a map that shows the Walmart that you and Zarek worked at as well as your apartment complex that you went to
Yes.
November 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And looking at City Exhibit 24, does this show the Walmart that you and Zarek were working at that night?
Yes.
And City Exhibit 25, you discussed with the jury where you and Zarek parked that night and the conversations you had. Does Exhibit
Judge, I'm
25
gonna object to this. I was just giving the government leeway. These photographs need to be entered into evidence after they are authenticated.
Sustained. Ask the witness if she recognizes those and to identify those.
You flipped through exhibit 25, as well as 26 and 27 and 28. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was giving the description previously that the court asked for, and I apologize.
I understand, but that's after the witness identifies them.
Okay. So 23 through 28, you recognize. Say exhibit 29 through 36. We'll flip through these and see if you're able to identify those.
What are they? Yes, I'm asking the
Oh, I'm
witness.
sorry, pictures of, Zarek, at Walmart, going in and out.
Say exhibit 37, do you recognize this truck?
Yes, Zarek's truck.
Say exhibit 40 through 42, do you recognize these wipes?
Yes, that's, they'll tell you what to say.
Do you recognize what's in that document?
Yes,
And what's in that document?
the wipes, he was wiping his truck with.
Do you recognize the exhibit 43?
Yes,
And what is it?
those are the cloths at Walmart that they use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her. I'm sorry.
They were the cloths at Walmart that they use to wipe the cars.
Okay, all right, sorry, I just couldn't hear.
Sorry.
And say exhibit 44 is 4 pages.
Mr. Duke, I'll ask the prosecutor to identify what the exhibits are after the witnesses.
After
Well,
the,
so, yeah, so that you can put those down as what the witnesses identify them as, to make it easier for everyone to understand.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, Demetri.
And Taylor, do you recognize the contents of say exhibit 44?
Yes,
Okay, and these text messages and phone calls between you and Zarek that night?
yes,
Your Honor, state would offer say exhibit 23 through 44 for all purposes.
Thank you.
Judge, I'd like to look at that.
Questions?
I'm trying to keep them in order all.
Okay.
Thank you. Judge, I'd like to take this witness on board, Judge.
Go ahead.
My approach to witness.
Yes, you.
Ms. Hendren, I don't think I formally introduced myself. I'm Angel Ducan, I represent Sarah Jackson. And the government has just shown you a bunch of photographs with numbers on them, okay? Now, my question to you is, let me just take it, I guess if that's at the time to make it, easy for identification. Now, this batch is States Exhibit 23, I believe, through 28. Did you take those pictures yourself?
No?
Have you ever seen this aerial view of, I guess, wherever that place is before?
Yes,
You've seen the aerial view?
yes.
Did you see it because the government showed it to you, or did you yourself take those photos?
I didn't take the photos, but I have seen an aerial view of my area before.
Okay, and this is something that you've done, or you saw it through?
Both,
The government.
I've seen this before he showed it to me.
Okay. Now, my question, did you do it? Did you actually take those aerial
No.
photos? Okay, so, do you know when these photos were taken?
No.
Okay, so you can actually testify that they are photos that depict your location at the time in question, or any time as a matter of, correct?
Correct?
Okay, thank you. Please answer your question.
No.
This is what we gotta do. Then, 29 through 36, do you take those pictures yourself?
No.
And at that time, these pictures that were shown to you, maybe from the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay, so you can testify to this jury that these photos exactly depict the images and that these photos have not been altered or deleted in any way.
I can't.
Thank you.
Did she say she can or she cannot?
I cannot.
Okay.
So 37 through 39, did you also take these photos?
No.
Were these pictures shown to you by the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay, and so you can testify to this jury if these photos have been altered, deleted, or amended in any way?
I can. I cannot.
Okay. 40 through 42. Do you know what those photos are?
Yes.
Did you take them?
No.
Can you tell if they've been altered, deleted, or amended in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right, this is 43. This is 43, correct?
Yes.
Did you take this photo as well?
No, ma'am.
So you can't tell if they've been altered, deleted in any way.
No, ma'am.
You can also tell all these pictures that if they accurately depicts the image that is being presented in the photos.
I cannot.
44. This is their report. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Did you generate this report?
No, ma'am.
Can you testify as to the accuracy of this report? Is it correct? Does it accurately depict?
The conversations we were having?
No, not the conversation, the report, this legal
Oh,
report.
report, I'm not sure.
Okay, and you can testify to conversations that you had, right,
Yes, ma'am.
with Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
correct? But you're not authenticating that this report is accurate. Are you saying that to this jury?
I will have no way to tell.
Thank you. Judge, we're gonna object that these have not been properly authenticated. This witness cannot testify as to the accuracy of these photographs.
The first witness, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Hearn, although you didn't take these photographs, which you don't have to, if we look at, say, exhibit 23 through 28, are you familiar with the map of Dallas showing the Walmart and your apartment location?
Yes.
And does this appear to be accurate?
go to the other exhibits, Ms. Hendon, or Herndon, State's Exhibits 23 through 28, both parties asked you whether you recognize what's depicted in those documents. Did you recognize them? You said yes.
Yes,
Now, do those images appear to have been tampered with or altered in any way?
not that I can tell.
They're the way that you remembered them to be?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Analyst.
Just at this point, we offer, at this point, say exhibit 23 through 28 for all purposes.
Yeah, those were there.
Judge, made the record.
Over the defendant's objection.
Thank you, Judge.
And Ms. Herndon, did you spend time in the defendant's truck often?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any specific features that the defendant has on his truck? The bed of the truck, does it have a cover?
Oh, yes.
And although you didn't take these photographs, to say exhibit 37, is this what his truck looks like?
Yes, that's his truck.
And same question for state exhibit 38, is this what his truck looked like around November 2022?
Yes, that's his truck.
And you also told the jury about how you observed the defendant cleaning his inside of his vehicle. State exhibit 39, is this what you recall the inside of his vehicle looking like?
Yes.
Now we would offer to exhibit 37 through 39 for all purposes.
All right, Ms. Herndon, the images depicted in State's Exhibits 37 through 39, you familiar with those images?
Yes.
Do they look the way that they looked when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay, do they look like they've been reworked or tampered with or altered?
Not that I can tell.
All right. Any objections?
Same objections, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibits 37 through 39 are admitted for all purposes.
Ms. Herndon, part of your testimony was in regards to you noticing the defendant wearing different clothing from when he left and when he came back. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When we looked at state exhibit 29 through 31, the description that you told the jury in regards to prior to leaving, is that reflected in state exhibit 29, 30, and 31?
Yes.
Okay. So in your mind, this is what you recall the defendant looking like in 29, 30, and 31?
Yes.
Say exhibit 32, were you in the parking lot when the defendant left in his black truck?
Yes.
Okay. Is this what you observed back on November 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
What is in 32? Is that a truck or something else?
Sorry, Judge, it's the defendant's truck leaving the Walmart parking lot. And Ms. Herndon, you testified when the defendant returned, his clothing was different. Is that what you recall observing here, what's shown in 33, 34, and 35?
Yes, his jacket's gone.
The jacket that we see in 29 through 31?
Yes.
State exhibit 43, do you recognize these from Walmart?
Yes.
Okay.
What are they?
I'm sorry, and what are they?
They're, the wipes they use to clean the car, they're usually outside by the cars.
And referring now to state exhibit 40, 41, and 42, you said that you observed the defendant wiping his truck. Does exhibit 40, 41, and 42 appear to be the types of wipes that you observed the defendant using?
Yes.
And in regards to state exhibit 44, a report, the contents of this report, does this reflect your communications with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and accurately, your text messages and your phone calls that you described through the course of that night?
Yes.
Specifically, you told us, some of your testimonies that reflected here in regards to the statements that the defendant made to you.
Yes.
And so, these text messages are what you sent and what you received that night?
Yes.
At this time, we would offer state exhibit 44
through 39.
We would also offer State Exhibit 44 now.
Okay. Does the defense still have that objection?
I still have the same objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 44 is admitted over defendant's objection.
We would also offer, or reoffer now at this time, State Exhibit 29 through 36 for all purposes. The photographs identified of the defendant in his truck at Walmart by Ms. Herndon.
Defense?
Judge, I'm going to also object to that on the same basis. These are not photos taken by this witness, and
The witness does not have to personally take the photos, so long as she identifies or knows what the photo depicts. If she's familiar with the contents of the document, she does not have to be the maker of the document.
I understand that. However, when I did go up there and examine her, she testified on the oath that she could not testify to this jury as to whether or not those photos had been deleted, altered in any way. And that's her first testimony to me in response to the questions. And so I'm going to object to the same lack of proper authentication. She's not in the position to lay predicate for those photographs. And we're asking that the photographs be not be entered into evidence.
Thank you. Objections overruled. State's Exhibits 29 through 36 are admitted for all purposes.
I'm sorry, Judge, 29 through 36?
Yes, 29 through 36. That was the last batch that the state offered.
And we would offer State Exhibit 40, 41, and 42. We're going to offer these for demonstrative purposes at this point until a witness later testifies.
40 through 42?
40 through 42 will offer for demonstrative purposes. These are the wipes that Ms. Herndon says are similar to what she observed the defendant using.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually, if he wants to offer them just for record purposes, not for demonstrative, that means they're gonna show them to the jury. No, I'm not gonna agree to that, Judge. So I'm gonna object on the same basis.
Okay. Your objections overruled. State's Exhibits 40 through 42 are admitted for demonstrative purposes.
And Ms. Herndon, your opinion looking here at State Exhibit 43, are these the type of wipes that the defendant was using?
Yes.
We'd offer State Exhibit 43 for all purposes.
Same objection.
Yes, ma'am. Trying to identify it on my list.
State's Exhibit 43 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
Ms. Seneca, you all may want to mute the mic.
Okay, Ms. Herndon, here looking at State Exhibit 23, down here to the bottom left here, we see the word Super Center. What is this location here?
Super Center's the Walmart.
Okay, and it's the Walmart you're referring to?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And the apartment that you went to, what street was that again?
Pleasant Run.
Okay, and so, we see you're up here at the top right, Planet Fitness. Is it near that location?
Yeah, next to the Kroger.
Okay. How long is that drive from the Walmart to the, we'll say your apartment complex over there?
Less than 10 minutes.
Looking now at Exhibit 25, could you point out what you told us about you and Mr. Jackson on your lunch breaks, specifically November 2nd, November 3rd, 2022? Where exactly were y'all parked? I'm sorry. And so,
That used to be like a technical school, and it's right across the street from the parking lot.
and so, is it over here by the nail spa or further up here by?
Yeah, further up there, by the,
Was this an everyday lunch break type meeting that you and him would have?
Mostly, everybody is.
And typically, when you went back in from lunch, what would the defendant do?
Go back to work.
Okay. So it's pretty normal for you and him to take your lunch break and also go back inside to work at the same time. And looking now at State Exhibit 27, what do we see here?
That's the apartment I used to live in.
And why would you go spend time with the defendant here in this parking lot?
I have kids, so I don't want anybody around me that I'm not serious about, so we could just meet in the parking lot.
And the observations that you observed the defendant doing at this location on November 3rd of 2022 were what?
In the water damage truck in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, I was shuffling papers around.
You asked what was he doing in the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Wiping down his truck.
And looking here at State Exhibit 39, whose truck is this?
Serious.
Can you tell the jury what locations you observed the defendant wiping down?
The steering wheel, above it, and so over towards the passenger seat, and in front of the passenger seat.
And State Exhibit 43, what are these?
Those are the cloths I saw in the museum.
Looking at State Exhibit 40, what are these?
Some of those are the same cloths.
Same thing with State Exhibit 41,
Yes.
State Exhibit 42, sorry.
Yes.
And so when you are telling the jury that you observed him using cloths to wipe his truck, it's your testimony that what we see here in these exhibits are similar to the cloths he was using.
Yes.
State Exhibit 37, whose truck is that?
That's Eric's truck.
And looking at State Exhibit 38, what's unique about the, I guess the back or the bed or the tail of that truck? I don't know the word, is it a line, it's a cover?
The cover.
Okay. But that's something that you observed he had on his truck November 3rd of 2022?
Yes.
And looking at State Exhibit 29, you told us about a bunch of behavior changes and schedule changes. What do we see here that now looking back is important to you?
He has the jacket on, the hoodie.
We're looking at State Exhibit 33. What do we see here?
He doesn't have it. The hoodie.
So we went for lunch, he had a hoodie. When he came back, he was missing the hoodie.
Yes.
Looking at State Exhibit 28, is this the same location, just a different viewpoint of where you and the defendant were when you left work early and, I'm sorry, you left work on time, the defendant left work early?
Yes.
The conversation specifically about the gun, did he tell you where he put it?
No, he just told me he tossed it.
He didn't say where he tossed it?
No.
Now looking at State Exhibit 44. So your number back in 2022, was it 214-283-6574?
Yes.
the number for the defendant, Derek Jackson, 214-405-0420.
Yes.
So we're just gonna go through, you've told us that night, what you remember, and I just want you to look at the conversations you and the defendant had, through your cell phone devices, okay? So at 9:16, it says from Taylor to owner. What do you mean when you write, I saw you?
For that time frame, I could have seen him at work.
At 9:16 at night, is that, you're at work, obviously?
Yes.
Okay. Looking further down at 10:18, you write, it says from Taylor to owner, I wish you would have left it alone. And below that at 10:19, right, so less than a minute later, from owner to Taylor, what does the defendant say to you?
Fuck her soul, it will burn on God.
And her, who is he referring to?
Brenda, I believe.
So 4 minutes later, at 10:23, right, we're talking about November 2nd, what do you say back?
Just let it go. That's why it keeps escalating. You're fueling it. Stop letting her get you out of character.
And earlier you told us about how, I think his demeanor or attitude, something changed in his behavior. Is that what we see here in your text messages as well?
Yes.
And so at 10:24, from Taylor to owner, what do you say?
She has too much control over you.
Okay, we can continue on 3 minutes later and say what?
I don't like that shit.
And then 12 minutes later, what do you say?
So what are you going to do?
We'll skip to 10:50. What do you say? Oh, I'm sorry.
Whatever, never mind.
What does Eric say at 11:17 to you?
Don't start tripping.
And you say at 11:19, what do you say back?
I'm straight.
At 2:20 a.m., what do you say to Eric? I'm sorry, what does Eric say to you?
Get out of your fucking feelings.
Okay, so at 2:20 a.m., where are we now? Are we inside working or are we on lunch break?
We're on lunch in the parking lot.
Okay, and so this is when you observe the defendant on the cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
I skipped a couple, but I'm just gonna go straight to 11:03 at 2:36 a.m. From the defendant to you, what does Eric tell you?
She's trying to fuck that nigga partner right now.
And who is she?
Brenda.
And then 5 minutes later, at 2:41, what does he say?
I'm going now.
So, does he leave soon after that message?
Yes, he got out of the car after it told me he was leaving. Then.
So he's also made a statement to you about wanting to get this guy's gun.
Yes.
And does he appear mad from your observations and communicating with the defendant that night when he's talking about she's gonna fuck this other guy's partner?
Yes.
He wasn't happy about that, is that right?
Yes, it was more so like he was irritated.
At 4:46, you write to Zarek, what is WYA?
Where you at? Here,
You told us that he had asked you to meet where?
in the freezers,
Do you go meet him?
yes, he's coming out.
And so, is that reflected where, I guess you say, or he says, come here? Is that the conversation that you're talking about at the freezer?
Yes,
Is that when you first observed him with different clothing on?
yes.
At 6:19, you write to the defendant, "You're good." Why are you writing that to him?
I had walked outside to go to my car and I didn't see any cops.
And
I
you're
was
telling,
texting, "You're good."
you're telling him because he had asked you that?
Yes,
You told us that, that you visually observed him to be nervous, but it appears you actually write that and communicate that to him as well.
yeah, you look nervous.
His response is about having a baby on the way. I'm done with it all. Was there a possibility that you and the defendant maybe having a baby at that time?
No.
Did Zarek communicate in any other way about Brenda sleeping with another man that night?
Directly to me.
He did say something about her sleep. We have it in the text message. Right, she's trying to, and then I'm going now. What did he say about Brenda sleeping with another man that night?
I guess the man that she was in the car with, from the way he told me, was upset with her and had put hands on her because she was trying to talk to his friend. But that was like the day before.
Soon after these last conversations, did you find out that Zurich was arrested?
Yes,
And how long did you continue to communicate him or with him after he was placed under arrest?
a couple months.
And at some point you stopped.
Yes.
Okay. And we're not going to get into your reasons why, but I'll withdraw what I was going to ask. Sorry. And Ms. Herndon, did you call the police after he was arrested and let them know any of your observations or concerns that you did observe that night?
No.
Okay, why not?
I really didn't know in the beginning why he got arrested
Okay.
or what was going on. And then,
And I just want to make sure we don't say anything. We just so I'm gonna cut you off there. Okay. All right. At some point though, did a Detective Morgan from the Dallas Police Department reach out and
yeah,
actually
that's what I was gonna say. A couple
Oh.
minutes later, the detectives found me.
Okay. Well, I apologize for cutting you off, but you did speak to the detectives, and is there anything additional that you said to them that we haven't spoken about?
Not that I can recall.
Do you believe the defendant's behavior and actions that night were odd?
Yes.
Okay, so far from the normal routine of his lunch break at Walmart.
Yes, and I've never seen him that nervous or jittery, ever.
Did you seem concerned when he had stated that he took that man's gun?
More so upset about it, like annoyed because he spoke about it previously, just finding a gun.
Okay.
So when he got the gun, it was just like, oh, stupid, you found a gun.
He had spoken to you about wanting to find a gun?
Yes.
Aaron, we'll pass the witness.
Defense. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Herndon, So let me just go back to the beginning. You're saying that your relationship became sexual.
Yes,
So, you at that point also knew that Mr. Jackson had other partners, is that right?
no,
Okay, so you came to find out about
Yes.
Brenda, right?
but,
Okay, just, I'm gonna make it easier on you, I'm just gonna ask you like yes, no answers. If I need explanation, I'll ask you for explanation. Okay, so is it fair to say you found out about this other woman on this night in question?
no,
Okay, so when you said to him in the text, you're letting her get you out of character, were you referring to a guy or were you referring to this other woman?
I was referring to Brenda.
Okay, so did you understand that Brenda was somebody he was seeing as well?
I was made aware by him that Brenda was stalking him. They had a relationship in the past, and
Okay.
he wasn't with her while we were in our relationship.
Okay, all right, and, but he, like you answered to the government, you observed him on the phone with her for a very long time, is that right?
Yes,
And as a matter of fact, from what you're saying, he even came into your vehicle during your lunch hour while still talking to her, is that correct?
no, he didn't come in my vehicle. He stood next to my vehicle.
Okay, next to your vehicle, to the point that you could probably hear the other side of the conversation, if there was any conversation going on,
Yes,
right? And you also testified that it was out of character for him not to be back from his lunch on time, right?
yes,
That's what you testified to.
yes.
Do you recall talking to a detective when you said it was not, I mean, Zurich would oftentimes show back from lunch late?
Not over an hour.
Okay, but I didn't ask you if it was gonna be for an hour or not, but you would show back late from lunch.
Yes, but you
Okay,
asked me, was
that's
that
the question.
normal?
Asked and
It wasn't.
answered, I mean, move to,
Yes, Ms.
objection.
Herndon, Ms. Herndon, just answer the questions that she was asking you. If the state needs to, ask you more questions, they will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so coming back late from lunch that wasn't his first day doing that, right or wrong?
No.
Okay, and, you also testified that you observed him leave for lunch, he had a black jacket on, came back without the jacket, is that right?
Yes,
That wasn't his first time doing that, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and you testified, that he had a gun, but found out that the gun was in somebody else's name. Is that what you just said?
That's what he told me.
Okay. Do you believe that?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
That's just what he told me.
all right. And you testified that you were kind of annoyed with him for talking to this other woman who you called Brenda on the phone on that day, is that right?
Yes,
Is that a yes?
yes,
Okay. And after this all kind of went down, at some point you thought you were expecting Mr. Jackson's baby, is that correct?
no, I told him I was late.
Okay,
We were not expecting a child. I was on birth control the entire relationship.
okay. Let me see those. Please. Okay. Just a second, you're in those.
Yeah.
I need those too. Oh. So you don't remember talking to Detective Jake Morgan, telling him that you thought you were expecting, but it was false alarm?
Yes,
You did tell him that, right?
I was late, yes.
Okay, I mean, that's the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Judge, I'm gonna object to asked and answered.
Overruled. Ms. Herndon,
Yes,
you would answer, yes, ma'am?
yes,
Yes, Judge.
Yes,
When I
Judge.
talk to you. Okay. When she asks you a question, I need you to respond just as calmly as you did when you were responding to the state. Answer her question respectfully, if that's what you're here to do, just tell what you know. You understand?
yes,
You're
ma'am.
not on trial here.
I'm being respectful.
Well, continue to be respectful.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, you testified that you saw him wiping down his vehicle. Now, would you characterize, Mr. Jackson's vehicle as clean? He normally will clean it?
I I've never seen him clean his truck on the inside.
Okay, but on that day, you're telling the just jury that you saw him wiping down his vehicle. And you testified about the wipes he was using,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, these are common wipes that Walmart sells, is that right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
both of you are working there right at Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand that any Joe Blow, including myself, I may have those wipes in my home, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so nothing unusual about those wipes.
Sure.
Okay, and then even exhibits number 40 to 42, which are photos of, looks like a trash. Did you see the ones that you testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you're not saying that you knew, that you know for a fact whose trash bag that belonged to.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And those, again, those wipes are common, anybody can have them. Most people shop at Walmart, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you work at Walmart, nothing wrong with you using Walmart wipes to wipe down your vehicle, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you two met up at your home, according to your testimony, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you just chatted for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he left, right?
Yes.
Okay? There was no statement as to anything happening, anybody being killed, was there?
No.
Okay. And after your visit, he went about his way, you went about your way, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified about the area of photos. For instance, and I'm just gonna pick one, just for the heck of it, number 28. This is just another view from, I guess, your apartment complex, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not saying that you know when this photo was taken.
No, ma'am.
But you cannot say it was taken on November 3rd, 2022. Is that a fair statement to make? Yes or no?
ma'am.
Okay. And even those photos of the area views, you're not telling this jury that those photos were taken on November 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. You're also not telling this jury that Zarek is the only person who drives a black truck with a cover at the back,
Not
right?
at all.
Okay. And I can see you have not identified the truck, his truck, by license plate number, right? You have not testified to that.
No.
Okay. Now, you testified about what he supposedly told you, that the guy in Brenda's, that was in the car with Brenda had put his hands on her? Is that what you testified to?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. So I take it that each time that Mr. Jackson cleaned his vehicle, you were not there, right?
No, ma'am.
You didn't visit him at his home, and he didn't visit you at your home, because you testified you have children.
I visited him at his home before.
Okay,
But he's never been inside my home.
okay. But has he met any of your children?
No.
He hasn't met any of your children? Not even JoJo?
No. He's
Okay.
heard about JoJo. I've never met my son.
Okay. And so you're telling this jury categorically he's never been inside of your home?
No.
Okay. All right. So when after he returned from his lunch, and he asked you to go look out for him to see if there was police out there, you came back and said you're good. What was the reason for saying you're good?
I texted him and told him he was good, as in I didn't see any police officers.
Okay.
I
Did you
didn't go
ask
back
him?
in.
Did you ask him why you were worried about police? You didn't ask him that. No. Now, You just testified that even after Mr. Jackson had been arrested, you continued to communicate for about 2 months, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also communicate to Mr. Jackson that you were working, he may have a child on the way?
I communicated to him that I was late, yes.
Okay. And that he was gonna be a father?
Sure.
And that your child may be ugly? You're teasing him, right?
Yeah, we did
Okay.
that a lot.
And, as of that day, you had really no concerns about, Mr. Jackson's character, because you did say to him, why are you letting this lady get you out of character, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you had concerns, or no, you didn't have any
No,
concerns?
I didn't have any concerns.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And so even after telling you, oh, I'm going over there now, she's trying to, if this person, and he came back, you never asked him, what did you do? You didn't do that, right?
No.
Pass this witness, Your Honor.
All right, state,
Just a brief redirect, Judge.
go ahead.
Ms. Hernan, based on your conversations with the defendant, who had a gun that night?
I'm sorry?
Based on the conversations that you had with the defendant that night, around 2 a.m. at the Walmart parking lot, who, to your knowledge, had a gun that night?
A young man.
The one with Brenda?
Yes.
And is that the same man that Zarek texted you that she was gonna have sex with?
I think he may have said it was his friend.
Okay.
I wasn't sure about that.
And the man that had a gun that night, based on your conversation with Zarek, is, to your understanding, is that the gun that he took and tossed away?
Yes.
You have any first witness?
You did.
My last exhibit before you're concerned, I'm sorry. It says exhibit 201. Do you recognize this letter from the defendant issued privately? Do you recall receiving that letter from Zarek?
Yes.
And is this what you received from, I guess, I'll withdraw that. At this time, we would offer exhibit 201.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this as it's in violation of the order you had previously issued against parties earlier on in these proceedings.
Let me see the letter.
May I approach, or may we approach, I guess?
All rise.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Officer Hurley.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Hurley. How are you?
I'm good, how are you today?
Very good, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, state your first and last name, and spell code for the court reporter?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I am Karen Hurley. I am first name Hearn, K-E-R-N, Hurley, H-U-R-L-E-Y.
Are you an officer with the Dallas Police Department?
I'm a crime scene analyst for Dallas Police Department.
Okay. Sometimes they say civilians, sometimes they say officers, so I want to make sure I'm correct with that. How long have you been doing that for the Dallas Police Department?
I've been with Dallas Police Department for over 5 years now.
As far as day-to-day, just explain to the jury what exactly you do in your position.
Yes, as a crime scene investigator, we respond out to crime scenes. We are dispatched by the officers and the detectives. We respond to the scenes. We're there to document, collect, and process any evidence.
And you say 5 years you've been doing this?
A little over 5 years, yes, sir.
And so during that time, what type of qualifications and trainings have you gone through that allows you to do your job as a crime scene analyst?
I have a 4-year degree in criminology, and then here at the Dallas Police Department, we do a field training. We have 4 weeks in the classroom and then 12 weeks out in the field.
How does someone get assigned a particular case or response to a scene? How does that work?
Typically, we have a rotation at our office, so I was up for this call.
So regardless of what it was, it's your turn, you respond out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall responding out to a scene on November 3rd at about 4:07 a.m. at the Azul Apartments in 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you get, I guess, what type of information do you get when you first get dispatched out?
We do receive a call sheet. So information does vary on the call sheet. I don't remember exactly what was on the call sheet for this call. Once we arrive on scene, we'll meet with officers at the scene, and then they will provide a walkthrough for us.
I guess, do those officers who first arrived out there, do they pass along information that might assist you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What type of information, in general sense, would they pass along to you to allow you to do your job?
Particular to this case, or just
Just in general.
for a type of call like this, whether it's inside, outside, if there's any subjects on scene.
Okay. And if they make observations that are apparent to them, they would pass along that information to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if there was someone who placed a 911 call, was at the scene, that information would be shared with you for you to then potentially do some work there as well?
That's correct.
When you first arrived at the scene at the Azul Apartments, do you remember what apartment number you responded to?
Do you mind if I open my notes?
Sure, if
This
you want to
came out
refresh
at-
yourself with those.
Yes, it would have been apartment 335.
When you first got to that scene, what's the first thing you did?
The first thing I did would be meet with a primary officer, and then I would have had him provide me a walkthrough of the scene. He walked me up to the apartment, noticed that the door was open, and then there was a few pieces of evidence that I was interested outside the apartment.
As far as documenting the scene, in what ways do you document a crime scene?
We will document with photographs.
Okay. Do you also generate a report as well?
Yes,
Okay.
along with documenting, we'll do a field notes on scene, and then we will typically do a diagram.
What's the process, I guess, for documenting a crime scene when you arrive there?
First, again, I'll do my walkthrough, and then I will start taking overall photographs without altering the scene, and then I would go in with placing evidence markers.
Okay. So you photograph the scene, well, let's say as is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a certain order of your photographs?
I like to start inside and work my way in.
And you did mention that you, I guess, made a diagram in this case?
My supervisor did, yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed that, and it is, I guess, your supervisor made this, but did you review it as well when you were at the scene?
Of course, yes, sir.
You mentioned that you take the as-is photographs, and then what did you say you do?
And then we will go in and place evidence markers on the scene for evidence that we're interested in.
Okay. How do you determine the evidence that you're interested in?
It can vary case by
Is it sometimes apparent, you know what, this is where the crime happened, this is the scene of the offense and so forth, as opposed to, collecting items in every room of the house or apartment?
That's correct, yes. And we're also working along with the detectives on the scene.
You have any first witness? I'll show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 35 through 95. I'll review these briefly. I think prior to testifying, actually, out in the hallway earlier, did you review these photographs as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are these photographs that you actually took yourself from the scene of the crime that night?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the scene as you observed it when you arrived at it?
Yes, sir.
Because you've seen them already?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
As well as State Exhibit 96, you mentioned that diagram was made, you did review that. Is this a diagram of the scene that you responded to that night?
Yes, sir.
You're going to see what offers State Exhibit 35 through 96 for all purposes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to go through these photos?
What did I say?
I can hear your conversation. Say,
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
does the defense have any objections?
Judge, defense does not have any objections, or well, Yes, however, except for 83, 84, and 60, because it's in violation of the rule, the orders that you made previously.
So your objection to 83, 84, and 60?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see them.
Judge, do you want us to approach?
Yes, I'd like to see what exhibits it. So Ms. Indica, what were your objections and the basis of your objections?
The basis for the objections, Your Honor, is the identified exhibits 60, 83, 84 are in violation of the order that you've already issued previously in this case.
All right, what's the state's response?
I don't know if I can
Does the
respond.
state withdraw those exhibits?
I need to see what exhibits I have admitted already that she doesn't have an objection to. Otherwise, I might need a brief moment,
Okay.
if that would be okay with the board. it possible to have a 10-minute recess? There's a, I guess, I can't respond to Ms. Naduka's objection in the presence of the jury, and I'm trying to comply, but I think there's a few other changes that need to be made to be consistent with her objection, which is contained here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute break.
All right.
Back at 10:34. 1:33. Did I say 10:33?
You did.
I'm tired. parties are present, the defendant present with his attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We'll probably do this a few more times, but this is part of maintaining the integrity of the proceedings, okay? All right, before the short break, the state was in the process of tendering certain exhibits. Let's try that again.
Yes, Judge. For the record, I need to make a correction. State Exhibit, what initially was offered as State Exhibit 35 through 44, will now be numbered 202 through 211. And we will be offering State Exhibit 45 through 95, except for State Exhibit 60, 83, and 84.
All right. In other words, you're offering states exhibits 45 through 59, 61 through 82, and 84 through 95.
85 through 95. 84 was.
I'm sorry, 85 through 95.
Yes, Judge.
Right. Okay. All right, does the defense have any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 45 through 59, 61 through 82, 85 through 95 were admitted for all purposes. States exhibit number 96 is admitted for all purposes. And the court will substitute states exhibits 202 through 211 for states exhibits 35 through 44.
Thank you.
All right,
Permission to publish?
you may.
All right, looking at State Exhibit 202, what's the purpose of taking this photograph?
This is just to show the exterior of the apartment building.
And so apartment 335, here's Exhibit 203, where would that be from what we see here?
It's gonna be on the third level apartment.
Okay. And if you look closely here at the top level, does that look like a Dallas police officer? You see?
I can see what you're talking about, but I can't really
Okay.
tell exactly what
It's
it
okay.
is from right here.
Looking
Can
at,
you turn that monitor?
It just spins this way?
Yes.
Okay. Now I just unplugged some, oh, there we go.
All right, Deputy, would you help with this? It's gotta go like that. Is it okay, ma'am?
I think so, yes.
All right, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
okay, looking at State Exhibit 204, the setup of the apartments when you go up the stairs, it's appear to be side-by-side doors, entryways for each apartment number.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have on the third floor, 334, right next to it is 335.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 205, what do we see here?
The apartment door was open and then the complainant was there on the floor.
Okay, it looks like there's some items on the complainant. What are those from?
Are you talking about the round circles with, those would be medical devices.
If we zoom in, what do we see here, the white spot?
That would be damage to the floor.
So is that further reflected in State Exhibit 206?
That's correct, yes.
What do you see here in State Exhibit 208?
Now we're looking at it from the inside here.
And I think we emitted 60 photographs. How many photographs do you think you took in total at this scene?
Hundreds of photos.
The Exhibit 210, blood on that couch arm.
Correct, yes.
Looking at State Exhibit 49, what is on this coffee table here?
On this coffee table, we have drinking containers, cell phones, notebooks.
Okay. And specifically the cell phones, were those collected as evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know there's photographs with placards on them, but do you recall which one of these would be item 3 and which one would be item 4?
Do you mind if I refer to my report?
Sure. And I apologize, I'm going to correct myself. Item 4
item number 4 is gonna be the one on top of the notebook there, and then item number 5 would be on top. I believe that's paper.
Does it look like item 5 has some damage to it? If you don't know.
Is
it's
there
okay.
another, okay, yes, I can't really tell from here.
I'm looking at state exhibit 45. That phone looked to have some damage.
It appears to be,
Okay.
yes.
Item 46. What do we see here?
This is a couch in the living room. There's some hangers, a notebook, a
Is that
backpack.
exhibit 46 or item 46?
Exhibit 46, sorry, Judge. And state exhibit 47 is another photograph that's showing the way the living room looked.
Correct, looking towards the balcony, yes, sir.
And lots of photographs just showing the same things in different angles, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In all, I believe you did collect 6 items, is that right?
6 items, yes.
State exhibit 52, what do we see here? Did you make any notation or you provide any information as to whether there was any forced entry?
I did notate that the officers advised me that they opened the balcony door.
Okay.
If I'm correct, is this the window looking onto the balcony? It's hard to tell in that photo.
I'll show you state exhibit 53. Does that make it more clear for you?
Yes, that'll be a window up to the balcony. The window was outwards.
And you provided information that the balcony door was opened by the officers, but in regards to this window, nothing was provided to you in that similar way, right?
That's correct, yes.
State exhibit 55, just documenting the contents of what's on the balcony.
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 61, part of the process is really to document every space in this house, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Merely if it shows a stovetop or an oven or some kitchen cabinets, we're gonna photograph it to make sure we've done a thorough investigation.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking into the bathroom, did you receive some information in regards to, into the bathroom or water that would affect how you photograph the crime scene?
I don't remember exactly what was said, but I did document the bathroom,
Okay.
the shower, in the shower head, and then the sink area.
Anything specific observed in regards to the sink, say exhibit 63?
No, but I notated that the shower head and the bathtub were wet.
So looking at say exhibit 67, is that the shower head you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Looking at say exhibit 71, is that the same shower head we just saw in the previous photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and does it appear to, did you observe any water?
I did observe water,
Okay.
yes.
Does this photograph show what you're telling the jury when you observe water in that shower head?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 75, just a photograph of the one bedroom in the apartment.
That's correct, yes.
After you go through and take your as-is photographs, you mentioned that you do put placards with the evidence that's been identified. Is that what we see here at State Exhibit 78 with placard 1 and 2?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Placard 1, looking at State Exhibit 79, what exactly is this?
It appears to be a piece of the floor that was missing.
Is it believed that it's the piece of floor we see here in State Exhibit 78?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to draw your attention here to the placard number 2. Up against that railing, what do we see here in State Exhibit 81?
That would be a projectile.
And State Exhibit 80, that same projectile?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's a projectile?
just a, piece of metal that will exit the barrel of a firearm.
Looking at State Exhibit 82, we mentioned placard 4 and 5 being the cell phones, placard 3 over off the couch. Is that what we see here in State Exhibit 85?
Yes, sir, that's a
Okay.
fire cartridge case.
And that was found on the couch. Let's just look real quick at 82. In placard 3.
Yes, sir.
In State Exhibit 86, the 2 cell phones that were collected, placards 4 and 5. And so all those items were collected, and ultimately the detective determines what is done with them.
They will assist us, yes.
Okay. And lastly, State Exhibit 93, do you recall who this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and who's this?
This is Brenda. I might mispronounce her last name. Is it Yashana? How does she pronounce it?
That sounds good.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
Did you do any type of analysis on her?
I photographed her and then I performed a gunshot residue test on her hands.
Okay. And so looking at State Exhibit 94 and 95, why would you take photographs of her hands?
We just photographed the front and the back as protocol. We also will look for any type of blood or injuries to the hands at that time.
And her hands were swabbed, and the results of that analysis would have been provided to Detective Morgan?
I would have, I believe I just sent it to the Dallas Police property room, and then he would have had to send it up to the lab for further testing.
You made reference to it, so I want to show it, State Exhibit 96. We see here we're documenting the items that you told us about. Placard number 1 here in this exhibit, the piece of the floor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And placard 2 is the projectile from the firearm,
Yes, sir.
and the fire cartridge casing from a firearm was found on the couch, placard 3. I'm sorry, that's not very good. And then placard 4 and 5 were cell phones that were collected as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it early or?
Just Hurley would be fine.
Okay, thank you. I'm Angie Duca, and I represent Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon.
I really don't have a whole lot of questions for you, and because if I understand your testimony, your role was to go in there, take photos, process crime scene, collect what you figured were, I guess items that could be of use in the investigation of this offense. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, you did not participate in the investigation of this offense. Is that a correct statement to make?
I'm just there to, yes, like you said, document and collect any evidence.
Okay. And for instance, you're not making any positions as to, item number 1, it's supposed to be the piece of the floor. You're not saying when that damage occurred or how it occurred. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you pretty much go in, take photos of what the crime scene looks like, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you forward these to, or upload them to the detective who is handling the investigation of the offense. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's typical, and that's in general, when you're called out to crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, it's
Nothing different with this particular situation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were there, you were not told any particular person was responsible for this offense. Is that correct?
No, it was not.
Okay. And I see that you took photos of Brenda. You did not get to interview Brenda, did you?
No, I would not interview
Okay.
Brenda.
And there's a picture that you showed of the bathroom, the shower head. You're not telling this jury that you know for certain that that shower didn't maybe have a leak, and that was why it was dripping with water at that time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's a fair statement to make that that was your first time in that apartment?
That is the first time, yes.
Okay. Pass this witness your honor.
State,
Nothing further, Judge.
may this witness be released?
No objection.
No objections from the defense, your honor.
Thank you. Feel free to leave.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
State, call your next
Thank
witness.
you.
We'll call Officer Weatherington.
Is your witness in the building?
Yes, Judge, they're just right down the hallway. Just, instead of Weatherington, we're gonna call Officer McAvoy.
Oh. Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please sit down. Statement proceed.
Okay, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer McAvoy.
Hi.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury, make sure you state your first and last name and spell both for the court reporter.
My name is Detective Jeffrey McAvoy, Jeffrey McAvoy.
I apologize, Detective. Detective McAvoy, you work with the Dallas Police Department,
Yes,
and how long have you been an officer for that agency?
I've been on the agency for a little over 17 years now.
And during those 17 years, have you held different positions?
Yes, I was patrol officer, I was undercover deployment, which people go after people with warrants. And then I ended up coming to the Fusion Center about 12 years ago.
And can you explain to the jury just what is the Fugitive Center and what you do?
The Fusion Center is basically like an intelligence arm for the law enforcement for DPD. We create bulletins, we do research, we deal with social media threats. We do criminal justice research for other agencies, federal, state, local. And a little while back, we ended up getting involved with extracting cell phones.
And the phrase extracting cell phones, what is that? Explain to the jury what that means.
So the Fusion Center became tasked with extracting cell phone devices using proprietary software to limit the detectives' time when they go out to the field. They might be interviewing witnesses. It was a way to cut down on their time. So we would get a phone and it might take us a couple hours, a couple days, a week, a month, a couple years. So we were able to extract the device and create a report for the detectives.
And so ultimately what an extraction does is able to obtain the content on a cell phone device
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The purpose of an extraction is what?
So when we get a device, we get a detective will fill out a request form and provide the reason why they want the device extracted. And then through using two proprietary softwares, Key and Celebrite, it extracts data off the phone, and that data is, whatever it pulls is what it pulls. And then we have software that reads the data and creates a report.
You said whatever data is obtained, I guess, how do you know what data you're gonna obtain from a cell phone extraction?
It does it on its own, it's its own uniques. The company that creates the product, the hardware, it gives you the data in like a file, and it's readable by analytical software. And so what's there is, with what Fusion does, we get the data and create the report. So all we're doing is providing information. We're not analyzing the data, we're just extracting the data off the phone and creating the report. So what the report shows is what it is. It's what it grabbed, it's what it pulled off of it, it's what's visible to the analytical tool.
Okay, so what type of training did you receive in order to obtain this position and perform these extractions?
So I've been trained in Celebrite, a week-long class, and every 2 years I get a refresher on Celebrite. And then with Key, there's no training, so we have a device, it tells you step by step what to do. It gets plugged into the device, and it's pretty much doing its own thing that the company has created, and it just creates an extraction file that can be read by Celebrite analytical tool. And then we just create a report. We don't know anything about the detective's case or anything like that. We're just getting data off the phone and creating the full, whatever report we have.
Okay. And some of the data that you're able to obtain, phone calls, or like a call log, text messages, some photographs, is that right?
So we get call logs, sometimes it's device locations, sometimes it's images, videos, chats, depending on what app it is set up. And it depends on what a user set up. I mean, sometimes headphones heavily used by chats and calls and doesn't have a lot of device locations. Other times there's a lot of, but most of the stuff is for the detectives is call logs, chats, contacts, photos, and messaging apps.
How many extractions do you think you performed?
Several hundred.
And are there different types of successes when extracting the phone?
So if we have a phone that's locked and has no information, we can do what they call SIM extraction, which only gets the phone number for the detective. Then your phone is set up where if it powers off or you turn it off or the battery dies, when you turn on your phone, it's the most encrypted state. So when you pull data from an extraction, it's called the BFU, before first unlock. It is the most encrypted. You might see some data, but you're not going to see a majority of the data. Then they have another step up, which is after first unlock. That's where you enter a passcode and you put it in your pocket and it goes to sleep. It's encrypted still, but it's not as encrypted as it was when it was powered on. So you will get more data that's shown and visible. And then there's two other things. You'll either have a passcode or you'll have brute force, which is proprietary agent they put on that gets the passcode. And once that comes on, you get almost all the data unencrypted. So that's when you're going to get your most value out of an extraction.
So based on different variables, I guess what you're saying is sometimes you'll get small, sometimes you'll get medium, sometimes you'll get large without using the specific
Right.
terms, is that right?
Yes. Yes, a detective brought it for an extraction.
Okay, so this is a cell phone that you performed an extraction on?
Yes.
And now looking at exhibit 98, the extraction of that cell phone device, 97, would that be contained within, say, exhibit 98?
Yes, I opened it up. It has the extraction report.
So what states exhibit 98 is what, the envelope?
The flash drive with the contents of the cell phone extraction of 97. And today exhibit 99, flip through these 5 pages and see if you can identify this.
Yes.
And what is the exhibit 99?
It's the photos that we take of the device. It also has our ID number, which identifies every device that comes in, gets a number, so it just identifies the device.
And on page 3, 4, and 5, is this the view of, once the information's submitted into the physical analyzer tool, this is what you see here.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Page 3, 4, and 5, what are these?
So when we get the data from the extraction, it opens up in a local tool. It basically is a front page. It shows basically phone identification. It shows my name, the case number, the detective that was assigned to the case. In this case, it was a murder. And then it shows the data, like a snapshot of the data, you know, calendar, call logs, etc. So this is just the main page. It kind of overviews all of it before you go inside, where a detective will go in and analyze the actual data. It's just a finger, it just shows all the data that got pulled off of the phone.
Is it basically like the application of the data and how to view it?
Yes, and how to select on specific data.
You know, at this time, we'd offer to exhibit 97 for record purposes, 98 for record purposes, and 99 for all purposes.
Judge, defense has no objection.
All right, states exhibits 97 and 98 are admitted for record purposes only. States exhibit 99 is admitted for all purposes.
And Judge, can I make a modification? I'm going to label the envelope as 98A, and the flash drive itself would be 98.
That's fine. Any objections?
No, that's no objections, Your Honor.
States exhibit 98A will be the envelope. Admitted.
McAvoy, I'm going to show you now. State Exhibit 100, do you recognize this device?
Yes, this is the other phone I did. However, it was damaged when I received it.
Does a damaged phone affect the type of extraction and information that you're able to obtain?
Yes,
Did it in fact affect the extraction in this case?
yes,
And State Exhibit 101, the envelope has 101A, does that contain the extraction of the cell phone device labeled as State Exhibit 100?
yes, I opened it and verified that the extraction report was on it.
Similar in the way that the previous phone was documented, can you review State Exhibit 102 and see if you're familiar with these exhibits?
The first first pages are the photos of the device, and then the last three are, again, showing, you know, my name, the case number, the detective that was assigned, then a snapshot of the device that was extracted and what was on it.
And
But this was not a full extraction.
the reason for that was why?
Because of the damage, it only got a partial extraction VFU, which means the data wouldn't be as much as a full unlock of the phone. We had the passcode, but the device was so damaged, we could only get a partial extraction.
At this time, we'll offer state exhibits 100 and 101 for record purposes, with 101A containing city exhibit 101, and we'd offer state exhibit 102 for all purposes.
You're offering 100 for record purposes?
Yes, 100 and 101
Okay.
for record purposes,
No objections,
And 102?
102 for all purposes.
All right. Any objections?
None to 100, 101, and 101A. And then no objections to, I guess this is 102. So this is it.
Describe 102 again for the record.
102.
With the photos of the device?
102 is the photo of the device. Page 1 of 102 is a photo of the device with the identifying number 22-836. Page 2 of that exhibit is a photograph reflecting the damage to the screen. And page 3, 4, and 5 are, as the detective described, the physical analyzer tool of that extraction.
Okay. And the defense had no objections, correct?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, six exhibits 100, 101, 101A are admitted for record purposes. Six exhibits 102 is admitted for all purposes.
We'll pass the witness.
Defense?
So, detective is the right title. Good afternoon,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
I'm Angie Duke and I represent Mr. Jackson. So if I understand it from your testimony, that oftentimes these extractions, you don't get everything, correct?
Yeah, the device, the hardware gets the data pulled off the phone and then it's read. It's what comes off, and when we create the report, there's nothing we alter, we just give the detective the whole report.
I understand, but my question is, you could miss certain items, it could miss
Yes.
text messages, it could miss phone calls, it could miss contact information.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And there's really no way for you to know what's missing, correct?
Correct.
And so when you generate a report, I believe you say you use Cellbrite in generating your report.
Yes,
You just generate what you can see, right?
it's what it sees, yes.
And so what is missing, that's up to the detective to figure it out, is that
Right,
correct?
because, yeah, they do the analysis part of it, we just extract the data from the device.
Okay, and you say it could take you a couple of hours, could take you a couple of days. What decides, or what determines how long it takes you to do that?
If we can get on the phone immediately, we get multiple phones if we have other cases. So it just depends if the device is broken, or we have phones now that, newer phones that come out that aren't supported. So you might have to wait 3 months, 4 months to be able to extract it. So it was just a way to allow the detective to have the time to do whatever. For this one, you know, because this phone was consent, it was would have been done fairly quickly.
I'm sorry, I think I missed something you just said, because this one was what, concern?
Consent.
Consent, okay.
Consent phone.
So it's not necessarily the process of extraction, but just the process, the procedure of extraction that takes up the time, is that what you mean?
Correct,
Okay.
right, and yes,
Okay,
yes.
and you don't go into whatever data you pull out of the devices?
We're not aware of what the detective's looking for, or who's, you know, other than the name they put on the request form, we don't know anything about the case or who's involved.
Thank you, Detective. I have no other questions here.
Any other questions for this detective?
No, Judge.
May this witness be released.
No objection.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State call Detective Hale.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Hale. How are you?
You're great.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and state your first and last name and spell both for the court reporter?
Detective Daniel Hale, badge number 9157 with Dallas Police Department, Daniel, last name Hale, Hale.
And Detective Hale, what do you do with the Dallas Police Department currently?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Dallas Fusion Center, where we work on cases between public intoxication to homicides.
And the types of help that you assist in those investigations is what?
It can range from trying to identify somebody to looking at social media to working on phones.
And working on phones, what's working on phones mean?
Extracting the data. So we'll have a detective bring in a phone, whether on search warrant or on consent, and then we'll take that phone, we'll connect it to our programs, and we'll extract the data that's we're able to extract from that device.
And the jury just heard from Detective McAvoy, but in a basic way, there are different types of extractions, is that right?
Correct.
And the different types of extractions will result in different amounts of information.
Correct.
And are there variables that also affect, I guess, the ability to obtain information from cell phone devices?
Yes.
And can you name a few what might affect that?
The status of the phone is mainly the biggest effect, whether it has a passcode, whether it was powered off, those can affect what we can extract.
The types of information, is it a physical analyzer tool? Is that what the name of the program is that reviews the image that's taken from the phone?
Celebrate.
Celebrite, okay. So Celebrite is used to, I guess, review the raw data, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does Celebrite provide categories of information for then the detective or prosecutor, whoever, to then go in and actually review?
It does break it down a little bit, yes.
Okay. Some of those categories include what?
It breaks it down to saying, these are photos, these are videos, these are text messages, these are times it connected to Wi-Fi, things of that nature.
What about like search history?
That is also, can be separated as a category.
Okay. And like search history, web history, so those would be sometimes obtained from an extraction?
Yes, sir.
If in a phone extraction, there is a search history or a web history, and a website comes up as a cookie at a certain time.
Objection to the leading question, Judge.
Overruled.
If in that scenario, you have a case you're working where a web history has a website with a cookie at a particular time, from your experience and your training, what does that mean?
That to me would mean that that website was accessed around that time.
So someone visited that website, whatever that cookie is.
On that device, yes.
Your Honor, may I have first witness?
You may.
Okay, I'm gonna show you now. City Exhibit 103, the back side of this, does this have a reference number?
22-834.
Okay, what's the purpose of that for you?
For our purposes, when a device comes in, we give it a unique number so that we can say, this is the device that we received from this detective, and it basically gives us a tracking along its process, audits and all that.
The result of your extraction from State Exhibit 103, is that contained on State Exhibit 104?
Yes, sir.
What is 103?
103 is the cell phone device itself.
Okay.
And State Exhibit 105, which contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you review this exhibit and see if you're familiar with it?
I am familiar with it.
Or you just prior to testifying?
Correct.
So looking at, all right. Looking at page 1 of State Exhibit 105, just a photograph of the actual phone we see here is 103.
Correct.
And page 2 and 3, just other photographs.
Of the same device, yes.
Page 4, 5, and 6, are those the screenshots of the extraction in the Celebrite program?
Correct.
And lastly, page 7, what exactly does page 7 show?
This is going to be part of the Cellbrite report, which includes the user names and email accounts.
So the categories of information that can be obtained include user accounts, right?
Correct.
What does user account mean?
The user account is basically either a username that you create when you log into a program, or when you get your device, you create it. You say, hey, this is my name. It could also be an email address that you list.
At this time, we would offer State Exhibit 103 and 104 for record purposes, and State Exhibit 105 for all purposes.
Signature. Okay, 103, 104, 104, and 84. Record purposes? Oh, this is.
Yeah, 105 is for all purposes.
No objection to it.
All right, State Exhibits 103, 104 are admitted for record purposes. And State Exhibit 105 is admitted for all purposes.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Do you have, going back to your report or record, do you have a name for the owner of that phone?
It would be listed on that, I believe, the 7th page that he just handed you.
Okay. Brian Dillard, does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No, Judge.
May this witness be released?
No objection.
Defense?
Oh, no objections, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Julie. State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Weatherington.
Ladies and gentlemen, do y'all need a break at this time, or can you power through another witness?
This one should be pretty quick.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Detective, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Statement proceeding.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Weatherington, will you please state your first and last name and spell both for the court reporter?
Of course. Kevin Weatherington, Kevin, Werington.
And Detective Weatherington, you work in the fusion department with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes,
Okay, and how long have you been in that position?
about 7 years.
And the jury just heard from two of your friends, Detective McElroy and Detective Hale, so I'm not gonna ask too many details about the extraction process. Did you perform an extraction in the investigation related to the murder of Brian Dillard?
Yes.
And while I'm doing this, I'll just ask, different types of extractions provide different information, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what about deleted information from a phone? If I delete something, what are the chances that it might reappear in an extraction?
Some levels of extraction will recover some deleted data.
Is that deleted data like identified or reflected anyway in the reports?
Yeah, the software that displays the data will have an X marking it as deleted, recovered deleted data.
Your Honor, approach.
You may.
I'm gonna show you State Exhibit 106, the cell phone. In what way are you able to identify what State Exhibit 106 is?
It's got the number that we've assigned it in our lab to court to identify it in our system as this lab.
And State Exhibit 107,
What is 106 for the record? I didn't hear what 106 is. What is 106?
the physical cell phone,
Okay.
is 107 contained the contents from the extraction of State Exhibit 106.
Yes.
And looking into State Exhibit 108, 6 pages, can you review these and see if you can identify them?
These are, the first three are photographs that I took of the device during the extraction process. And the last three are screenshots of the extraction report that was generated using the data extracted from the device.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer State Exhibit 106 and 107 for all purposes, and 108, I'm sorry, correct that, 106 and 107 for record purposes, and 108 for all purposes.
Thank you.
Are you gonna also label the envelope 107, 107A?
The envelope of 107 is identified as 107A.
Okay. Judge, may I take this witness on the record?
You may.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
And so, because we've heard from two of your colleagues, and their, I guess, I don't know if you want to call this photos or report, yours seems to be a little different. Do you all do it differently?
In what way?
This doesn't have, okay, let me compare that with one that's already been entered into evidence. May I approach you? So I'm looking at 108, sir, which is what the state is asking to introduce into evidence. And it's got about the same, 7 pages, correct? And these are all photos. Okay, but this one has, this is the one from your colleague.
Okay. Yeah, so.
So let me ask a question.
Sure, of course.
Thank you. You know where I'm getting at, right?
I think so.
So do you prepare your report differently?
No.
Okay, but I just showed you the one that's already been admitted into evidence, and there's a page that is not reflected
Right,
in your own report.
You're showing me different parts of the reports. One is like a extraction overview screen. The 3 pages that I looked at are an extraction overview screen. The other one that you showed me over here is another part of a report that's not the same. It's not an extraction overview screen. It's more of a detail portion of it that's not present in the one, the other one. So it's all contained. Both reports will have both those sections, but you're showing me a different section of
Okay.
a different report.
I see. Then I have no objection to it.
All right, state exhibits 106, 107, and 107A are admitted for record purposes. State exhibit 108 is admitted for all purposes.
Inspector Weatherden, just so we're clear, the contents of 105 is not a report that was generated by the detective or the detective in this case. Is that correct?
Right.
Right. So there's photographs. The photograph of the cell phone device here, State Exhibit 105, page 1. However, page 7 of that exhibit is one of these categories that we discussed that are contained in these extractions. This is particularly called user accounts. Is that right?
Yes.
In the extraction which you testified you did, so Exhibit 108, page 3, we see the name Xerox. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to look in this phone, would we have a category of information of user accounts?
In that phone that
Yes.
Yes.
And
You may want to zoom in on that if you want anyone to see it.
And so in State Exhibit 105, we see the name Brian Dillard, a nickname, and an email address. Different examples of the user accounts that would be on this phone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if it was my phone, for example, my phone might have my email address and other Facebook, Instagram, that type of information.
Correct.
And you can generate multiple types of reports similar to user accounts for the different categories. Is that right?
Yes.
For example, a timeline. Is there a category in the Celebrite extraction for a timeline where you can choose phone calls, messages, searches for November 2nd at 8 o'clock at night to November 3rd at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Just at this time, we're going to offer State Exhibit 212 the contents of what's been admitted. We're going to offer it for all purposes, but it contains the contents of what's been admitted as State Exhibit 103. And it contains phone calls and text messages and searches from that cell phone device.
Start 212 again.
Judge, so exhibit 212 is an extraction report of the category timeline of phone calls and text messages and searches from the timestamp November 2nd at 8:54 up until November 3rd at 6:03 from the cell phone device admitted as one of the week.
Any objections?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't make one in front of me. 106 is the cell phone device that State Exhibit 212 comes from.
And he generated this report.
No. This is evidence contained in that exhibit.
What exhibit? 108. Or the
On the
107.
cell phone extraction, and then this is some of the information, obviously not everything that's admissible in my mind.
So, may I ask this witness a couple of questions, Judge?
Mhm.
And Detective, do you know what the proposed exhibit 212 contains? Have you looked at it?
Can't see it, I don't know all the numbers y'all are saying, I can't.
Okay, may I approach you?
You may.
This is, it's marked for identification purposes as exhibit 212. Have you seen that report before?
Yeah.
When did you see it?
When we met in the office, we went over the timeline.
Did you generate the report?
Did I generate this?
Yes, sir.
No.
Did you compare it to what you have in exhibit, State's exhibit, I believe it's 108?
The extraction I performed?
Yes.
Yeah, we confirmed that this was in fact from that extraction.
And how will this report be run?
You would take, so just to clarify, we provide a report in a digital form. All the printouts are derived from that digital report that we provide. So to run that report, for instance, you would take the phone dump program that I've given to them, and they would go through and filter whatever it is they're looking for, and then they would hit print, and then it would generate the hard copy that you have there.
So what you're telling the jury that you do is a search for a certain day, a certain period of time, is that correct?
In that case, yes.
And it will generate a report?
Yes.
Okay. And you're confirming to this jury that you are aware that this report was generated from what we call in layman's terms, a phone dump, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 212 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Detective, I want to point your attention to line 53. What type of digital communication would this line reflect?
The text message.
Okay, and it's being sent, it says from owner, what does that mean?
So the owner in this case refers to the device that we're extracting, it's calling that the owner.
And the content of this, would that be the text message sent from the owner to someone named Taylor?
Yes.
Looking at line 58, we see the category is a cookie. The creation time of this is November 3rd at 4:46. And if we flip over, it says DallasCounty.org. So this information, what does this mean? From your training and experiences, there's a cookie for the website dallascounty.org at 4:46 on November 3rd.
That at 4:46 on that day, that, excuse me, that a cookie was created upon visiting dallascounty.org.
Looking at page 10 of this report, the category of information here on line 100, does it say web history?
It does.
Okay, and what's the date of that search or that web history?
November 3rd, 2022.
And what are we searching here? This cell phone device is searching what website?
It's searching Dallas County Wanted.
And so it searches at 12:48:45, and then 12:48:53 Dallas County Wanted. Looking here at line 102, are you familiar with the website duckduckgo.com?
It's a privacy-oriented browser.
Was that?
Search, it's like Google, but they tend to focus on user privacy.
So
I'm
you,
sorry, I didn't get it.
can you repeat yourself?
Yeah, it's a browser, it's a search browser, similar to something like Google or Bing, except they kind of advertise themselves as pro-privacy. That's their sort of difference, is that they prioritize user privacy.
And user privacy, whereas in an extraction that information might not be obtained, or what does that mean?
As far as I know, again, this is, as far as search histories or selling information or taking your information, they don't engage in some of the practices that other search engines will engage in.
Rather than list every search here, this entire page from 12:48, we have a Dallas County Wanted search. If we go further down, on November 3rd of 2022, let's look at 602 first. We have Dallas County Wanted, and then at 603:05, we have what first name is entered. I'll zoom in for you.
It's entered Zarek.
And page 11, the last name on that web history is what?
Jackson.
And further along, there's more Dallas County Wanted, dallascounty.org searches. Looking here at page 8, we see here at 8:07 an outgoing message to someone identified as Brenda. No, I'm sorry, you probably can't see that. Do you see that at line 89?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the number we have in line 89 is 7206.
Yes.
Is that right? And then it looks like 29 seconds later, another instant message to someone labeled Brenda. And what's the number, what's the last four on this one?
2310.
And if we go further down, phone call to Brenda at 8:30, is that right?
Yes.
Phone call to Brenda at 8:33.
Yes.
Do you know what star 82 is?
I don't know.
9:52, phone call to Brenda.
Yes.
16 seconds later, so 9:52:21, another phone call to Brenda.
Correct.
something minutes later, a search for Dallas County Wanted.
Yes.
At 10:49, phone call to Brenda.
Yes.
13 seconds later, another phone call to Brenda.
Yes.
On page 6. At 5:25, we have a star 67 to Brenda ending in 2310.
Yes.
On page 7, at 6:52, phone call to Brenda, star 67 again.
Yep.
6:53, an instant message to a second number for Brenda labeled 7 with the ending of 7206.
Yes.
Here, we'll pass the witness.
Can I see this, please? May I proceed, Your Honor? Oh, okay. Good afternoon again.
Hello.
So, I guess in speaking to one of your colleagues, the information was that when you do these phone extractions, oftentimes information is left out. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Because you can look at an extraction and not see responses to certain texts, is that correct?
It's possible.
Okay. And then oftentimes also the information is duplicated, and it looks like there are two different texts, but it's the same thing and just listed twice.
Yes.
Is there a reason why that happens?
Yes, so it's possible that the message is reflected in two different places. As an example, if you're in a conversation with people, or if you're in an ongoing conversation with the same user, it will be denoted in the timeline both as the single message you received, and it will also be logged as a portion of that conversation. And so that's one incident where, because of the way it works, it's going to be displayed in two different places.
Okay. It does, so in effect, it's not like the message was sent twice, it's just duplicated while the processing of phone dump or phone extraction is done.
It's displayed in two different places.
Okay. And also, so if I have a phone, detective, and I let my adult son use a phone, right? So it's not, you can't really tell who is messaging or who is searching if two people use a particular device on a regular basis, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you're doing the phone extraction, you're not really going back to the phone company to see whose phone that is or whose number that is. Are you doing that? Okay. Okay. Okay, so even looking at this, this particular exhibit 212, there are phone messages from and to other people, is that right?
Yes.
Not just Brenda, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and, so let's talk about these cookies, and what exactly are these cookies?
Cookie is a program that will retain certain information so that when you revisit the same website again, it doesn't have to gather that information from you the second time.
Absolutely. And there's no length of time that these cookies stay on one's device, is that right?
I'm not aware of that.
So, I mean, I, like, using, going back to the example of having a phone and letting my son use it, if I visit, or if it visits a website, and I guess, the, you know, through the cookies, if I do go on that website, it will still generate the same information, am I correct?
Regardless of the user?
Regardless of the user, okay. And, so also web history, you really can't tell this jury who was researching any websites on this device,
Right, correct.
okay? And can one see from this report, and I believe one can see from this report, if a phone call is answered versus if a phone call is declined, missed, and et cetera?
Yeah.
You can also see when the phone call is coming from another individual to this particular device, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I pass this, please.
Okay,
Just have a few more questions. Judge State's gonna offer say exhibit 214, a certified translation that's been on file with the court, which contains text messages from, what's been admitted as exhibit 106 for writing purposes. 214 contains, text
Speak
messages.
it a little fast, Mr. Agamontes.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Start again, which exhibit is that?
This is exhibit 214. It's a translation of a few text messages that are in Swahili that we've had translated. These messages are contained in the same exhibit we've been reviewing, say exhibit 106. So we would offer those for all purposes under state exhibit 214.
What says the defense?
Judge, one moment, please. May I have a minute to look at the,
Yes, you may.
in other- okay. Judge, I'm going to object to this document because I don't believe that this witness is in a position to prefer this document. And I don't see a business records affidavit attached to it.
Does this witness speak Swahili?
Just this is a certified translation. So this witness is not testifying to the content. This witness has laid the predicate for the cell phone extraction and the contents of the flash drive that has the data from the cell phone. And so this is information from that cell phone and then it's been sent to a certified translator, or this is a certification and a notarized document that complies with the rules that's been provided to
This is the first time I'm hearing of another language.
Well, Judge, even defense's position is even if if there's a translation by a certified, translator, the
I'll tell
person
you
would.
what, let's take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 3:05.
All rise.
We're back on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present, with his attorney states present, the jurors are present and seated. State may continue.
Judge, the state would offer City Exhibit 214, a certified translation, that's been on notice with the defense.
Judge, would like the record to reflect the previous objections that we have towards this one,
Thank
to
you.
this exhibit.
Defendant's objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 214 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Detective Weatherington, City Exhibit 214. Can you tell me, line 301, this is a text message from, the number ending in 0420, to who?
Mr. Adenostis. This is the translation, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
I'm not going to allow you to go into the details of it with this witness.
So is the exhibit admitted into?
It's admitted.
Okay.
Yes. However, you go into the contents of it with the proper witness.
I will offer the exhibit 213, a conversation between the defendant and an individual in the phone, that has been admitted for record purposes as state exhibit 106, and I'll tender to defense for any objection.
Describe that again, 213.
It's 213, it's a text thread between the defendant and, someone else in his phone that I believe is relevant.
And another individual.
Yes, Judge.
May we approach, Judge?
Does this individual have a name, or do y'all need to approach on that?
I don't believe it's about the individual who's the recipient of the text message. I think it's the content.
Okay.
just gonna object to the proposed exhibit number 213, one on hearsay grounds. We have it's supposed to be text messages to and from an individual who is not here testifying. And also,
I thought that the state said this is a text thread between the defendant and another individual.
it is,
Text messages sent by the defendant.
It also has the response as well, which will be context to the defendant's statement.
Judge, may I have a moment to show the state something?
Yes.
Judge, I'm looking at the state's exhibit 213. It does not, I understand what we talked about during this sidebar. It does not identify the device of origin. It identifies another phone number that is not been in evidence so far. So hearsay will be one of my objections. 403 will be one of my objections. Relevance also will be one of my objections. And also the prejudicial. My approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
Mr. Agnostis, I see a phone number on here. This phone number, has it been authenticated in any way during this proceeding?
I believe the phone number is of the recipient, and I think it says owner, I believe, is a sender. And so,
Okay, both of you approach it.
owner to this person, then it's from that person, the same one to the owner. Owner to this number. It doesn't show the number. Right, it says owner, so that's the device owner, whose device? The device 106. I'm not making a leap, this is from the device. That's not what I'm saying, that's the evidence. This is a printout from the device. Yes. And I have conversations about getting it done, so I'm trying to be very limited and well with time.
All right, go ahead. What's the state's response?
To
To the defendant's objection?
that, this conversation is contained within something that's been, the predicate's been laid, as far as the extraction from the cell phone device 106, the extraction 107. And so this is a conversation within the contents of those exhibits.
That's already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, Judge, for record purposes.
Yes, they were admitted just for record purposes.
Due to the court's order to comply with anything prejudicial, I'm not going to admit an entire phone extraction. I'm going to admit
phone numbers depicted in that document, it says exhibit 213. Who does the phone number belong to?
Well, there's two individuals in the conversation. There's an individual labeled owner,
Yes.
and there's an individual
And
labeled.
that's where the phone number appears, correct? The phone number.
No, the phone number is going to be to the individual receiving, who's not the owner of the device. There's an owner of the device, and then there's another individual. That's the phone number there is. There's not a phone number in this.
Okay, the
Extraction.
phone number that's on that document is not the defendant's phone number, is that right?
Right, it's the individual he's communicating with.
Okay, so the owner, where it depicts owner, are you saying that that is the defendant's device?
Yes, Judge.
And that has been shown in the extractions already admitted?
Yes. This conversation, if we were to pull up the flash drive and open it up, it would be right in there along with many others.
Okay. What says the defense?
Well, the defense judge is offering that document, exhibit 213, it just shows one phone number. And anybody going back to look at it, in case, this case has to go up, will just see a phone number and wondering, why was this, what purpose, who is the author, who is sending the messages? And I mean, I understand if the state is saying that they can, but they have to lay the proper predicate, either pull a page that will show the originating phone number so that it will be attached to 213, but they're not doing that, and they're wanting to, in isolation, just enter into exhibit 2 pages with one phone number and no other
That's
number.
what I'm asking the state, not, the state can't testify, so we need to establish that through a witness. Mr. Agnostis,
Judge, I'll offer,
you need to make that connection, otherwise,
okay, well, I'll offer state exhibit 215, which again is a conversation in the contents of what's been admitted as under state exhibit 106 and 107. Here, it does have a name, and so if the objection was we couldn't link that up to the individual sending the messages, that would be cured with this additional conversation.
so state's exhibit number 215 is what?
A conversation, a text message between the defendant and another individual that is relevant, similar to the same reasons of what we approached for.
Does the defense have an objection?
I do, Judge. I'm still going to reurge my objections. I don't know if the court. This exhibit actually violates the order the court actually issued previously, and Judge, and I understand what the state is trying to do, but this does not cure that issue. This particular exhibit does not, and if we may approach again,
Approach.
November 3rd, at 1:33, you receive a message, right? Your number is ending in 2310.
Yes.
Okay. What's the other device? What number does that end in?
Oh, that device is the one they got from the table. I don't remember that number, but, if you can go through their messages and you bring it up, I'll be able to tell you.
Okay.
It's, yeah, I can't, but this device right here is,
Objection to non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask the question.
Yes, ma'am. And Brenda, can you translate for us here at 1:35 this outgoing message from the defendant? What does that say?
It says, nipatie bunduki yake na tuanze upya kutoka mwanzo. So let me translate that slow if you don't mind. Give me his gun so we can start fresh from the beginning.
And if a certified translator
Yeah, I'll
said,
let it go.
give me his gun and let's start from the beginning, about the same message to you,
Send message.
do you know why is Eric sending that to you?
I don't know.
Did he send it more than once? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you respond to it?
I don't remember.
Right, because we see here at 1:35, right, we have the translation, or I'll just, what you just told us is give me the gun and let's start from the beginning. We also have that message earlier at 1:22:06. Right, it's the same message?
Yes, nipatie bunduki yake na tuanze kutoka mwanzo.
Okay. So around 1:22, Zarek is sending you a message in Swahili, and I'm going to read to you from Exhibit into Evidence, Exhibit 212. The defendant makes a statement. She's trying to fuck this guy's partner right now, right? So that message is sent from Zarek to Taylor. Are you aware of a Taylor Herndon?
No,
Okay. So we have
no,
the,
sir.
okay. So at 1:30, the defendant sending you a message in Swahili about getting a gun, and now it seems at 2:36, he overhears you, or somehow he knows you might be hooking up, or believes you might be hooking up with the individual with you. What would Zarek have overheard? What was the conversation in the car around 2:30 that night?
I don't know what he overheard because we were all over. Me and Brian, we were all over. We were probably still in Oak Cliff. I mean, we were just talking, me and Brian.
Did you and Brian end up going to your apartment?
We did.
Did you know that Zarek at 2:41 says, "I'm going now"? Did you know that? Did he tell you?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So when you're on an ongoing call with Zarek, he's not telling you where he's going?
No.
Where do you think he is at the time?
At work?
2 days prior, may I press witnesses? I want to show you some
316 again?
316 is a series of messages sent from the defendant on October 31st, and going into November 1st, so roughly 48 hours. And without going into I guess the content, there are conversations that are relevant that we believe to the conduct by the defendant while at work when Ms. Kachana is with another man.
Your Honor, this exhibit contains information that is covered by your previous order, and the order you had given us was before publishing this kind of evidence testimony that we have approach you and have a hearing outside the presence of a jury.
Are you requesting a hearing?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for the day. Let's start up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Remember, you are still under my instructions. You haven't heard all of the evidence yet. So don't discuss it between each other, with your spouse or friends, or do any type of social media research, okay? I'll see you tomorrow at 9.
All rise.